Hey everyone, that's the wrong scene. There we go. How's everyone doing? Good Friday? End of the work week for some? It's funny how Twitch works. So, I don't know, I think what you can do on Twitch is you can send two audio channels to Twitch. So, if you were to watch the VOD of this or the VOD of the previous ones, magically there's no music at the start, it's just silence. So there's nothing on the VODs that is DMCA-able. But I think I get away with the live music because I don't know if you're just allowed to play live music. You're allowed to play whatever live. You know, like how shopping centers or stores play music. I think that's the license. Worst now that you are here, great. Glad I've ruined everyone's day. I like your take is no one has arrested me, so I guess when I used to work at a cinema, we had the same thing, right? Whereas we could play music, like we could just play whatever album we brought in, and it wasn't against the rules or against the license we had. But I also think in that form, we weren't profiting off that music. You know, it was just like music in the foyer for ambience. You know, we weren't selling tickets to come listen to that music or something, you know? So I don't know if the same thing applies here. But yeah. But Twitch, it's only the VODs that Twitch will ever flag you for. Like, I never get flagged live, but if I ever like don't do it through the second audio channel, then Twitch will flag it and be quite upset at me, you know, that I have indeed used illegal material or material without permission. Where am I going? Here. What else do I want open? All right. I didn't really set anything up. Everything sort of happened. You know, the more astute among you would have noticed that I was late today, and honestly, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. But what happened was I had my plan for the day. Was gonna sort out the Patreon episode of Uncoachable, which I did. That is live right now on Uncoachable. On our Patreon. So if you're a Patreon member, you can go watch that right now. We talk about a lot of Esports World Cup stuff with Kasaurus. We probably reveal a lot of information that isn't exclusively public or explicitly public in terms of like the ban system, the format, a lot of these things talked through in quite a lot of detail, especially between Chris and Kasaurus, two coaches who have actively been scrimming using this ban system and figuring out some of how it should work, some of how it can be used, and all of that. So go check that out as well, if you want. That'll be coming out in full over the weekend for all the brokies on YouTube. So yeah, the plan was to do that, clean the house a bit, then come and do this stream. But then what happened is Chris messaged asking if we should do the Patreon Q&A for June, because obviously Chris is going away. Notice I didn't name Unter there. Yeah, because they're not scrimming. I don't think that's secret information. That's not secret information. They're not scrimming. Well, Chris is going away. Not forever. He's going to the boot camp. Come on, you know this. He's going to the boot camp. So as such, shame. As such, we did that, and it was such a long Q&A. Honestly, the Q&A was so long. I don't know if anyone here is a member of our Patreon for Uncoachable and a member of the somewhat Uncoachable or above tier, where you can ask questions for the Q&A. So the way the system works is there's an exclusive Discord channel in the Uncoachable server where you can ask questions, and lots of people ask questions. Well, a few people ask questions. What happens is a few people ask a lot of questions, and a lot of those questions are shit. So we answered a lot of questions. Some of them better than others. Some of them were actually quite good questions, and we had some good conversations about the industry, the nature of the collegiate system, the nature of coaching different levels, and all of this. Shared some embarrassing memories, some embarrassing times, but there's also a lot of shit questions as well. So we'll probably skim down on some of those questions going forward and focus on the headline questions. You know, can I give an example of a shit question? I probably can actually. Yeah. Let's see. Wait, let me send this message in my Q&A channel first. In the future. So yeah, so an example of a shit question. One from our very own Jubyhawk, who used her exclusive access to ask how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Somebody else asked, do you eat your 5 a day? Who would have thought the folks willing to give us money? You know what was actually the most odd thing, right? You know what the most odd thing is one of the questions in Q&A was a good question, and what was asked is somebody asked us an opinion about like an Overwatch comp, like an Overwatch theory, like why don't we normally see this hero in these situations? And this is probably the 5th or 6th Q&A we've done, and it might be the first time anyone has used the ability to ask 3 Overwatch League coaches a question about Overwatch theory in like 5 months. Most of it are questions like, thoughts on this bean and sausage pizza? You know, stuff. Favorite ice lolly, you know. Was it a good bean and sausage pizza? Pizza? I've never had it before, you know. Why would you ask an Overwatch coach question about Overwatch though? Don't know, I guess. Don't know. Well, we're all armchair experts. There's nothing you can teach us. That's true, Plum. That's true. One thing that's, I guess it's true. This is true in any sport, right? You get a certain amount of the armchair warriors, armchair coaches. What do I want? That one. That one. That one. If I subscribe to Patreon, no fix, no. Hi Vish. Well, we're all yeah, $10 a month for private coaching from free Overwatch. You can actually ask us really specific Overwatch questions, and nobody utilizes it for that. Nobody has once ever considered trying to use this to benefit themselves. They've only really used it for cheap gags, I think. Well, unfortunately, you're late, Fix. We've now moved past, because originally when we started the Q&A, we kind of just answered everything because we were like, "Fuck, are we gonna have enough questions to answer?" Whereas now we've got the opposite problem, where there's too many questions. So we're having to prune it down. Virtus Pro asked what you were planning to play against in the next match. Yeah, it would be great use. It would be a good use of time. I bet Chris would answer it as well. 100% Chris would just tell him as well. But, you know, what can you do, eh? People don't want to use it for the, you know, the sort of max, the max you can get out of it. can't force them, can we, you know? It's their money after all, you know? Hey, Joby. Oh, yeah, I forgot to thank you, Joby. You primed? You primed? No, just straight tier 1. 5 months. Lots of people encroaching that 6-month one, which would be, yeah, you got it, JB, which would be the upgrade to endorsement level 4, if anyone could reach such a high level. Wait, actually, I think in this month's Q&A, somebody does ask about what comps SSG are playing, and Chris just answers it. It's actually, you can actually find out a few of the comps that they've been trying to utilize in their scrims for the Esports World Cup for a bargain bucket price of $10 a month.
Fine, I'll resub.
Thanks, Kizzy. Endeavor to be on my level. I know. Which way is it? Is it a year for endorsement level 5? Did you try for bean and sausage pizza? Nah, I don't think either of us had ever had it. So it was we could only give you theoretical answers rather than a true review of a product. 9 months for 5? Thank you, Pad Sander. I'm glad someone understands how stuff works around here. After a year, you get endorsement level 6. Oh, of course, the exclusive endorsement level 6. You don't want to be endorsement level 5. Why don't you want to be? Always been 2/3? Oh, what are you? Are you nervous, Fish? Is it like uncharted territory? When 7? It doesn't exist yet. It doesn't exist yet. I might have to commission, maybe I have to commission Arthur to make it. Everyone above endorsement level 2. I don't think that's true. Have you seen me play, Ellen? Never had level 4? Fuck. That's not going to happen because it involves paying someone to make it. I've paid for mods. I've paid my editor. I've paid. I mean, that's kind of actually the end of the list of people I would pay, I guess, in reality. The only people I ever see endorsement level 5 are Mercy players. I'm not. I actually. Yeah, when I first played Overwatch back in 2016, I didn't really have like a main. Just played a bit of everything. And then for whatever reason, I got a gold weapon and a new season of Ranked was starting. And I actually decided, like, yeah, I think I should be a Mercy main because it overlaps with Medic, of course, right? So I thought, yeah, I'd probably be really good at it. So I should probably just become a Mercy main. You got to remember at this time in Overwatch as well, Mercy was actually pretty broken as well. So I bought the Mercy gold weapon. Really fucking pleased with myself. Ready to fucking lock the fucking... Played a few games of it, and I was just like, ah, this hero is shit. So I just wasted that gold weapon. So you were somebody's Mercy kitten? No, I think a more accurate depiction of what happened was I probably threw about half a dozen games on Mercy and then gave up. 40-year-old male. Luckily, I'm not 40. Saved by the bell. What's my Overwatch peak? I think it was 3.4. 3.4. I can't remember when that would have been. I think it was mostly playing Zarya, if you can believe that. You had endorsement level 5 and got chat banks for speaking up to someone dropping racist slurs. Yeah, that seems fair. Seems fair. Did you see the comp that YFP were playing against me from? I did not. They were mirroring, so I think it's meta. Can you try a more believable tone? 3.4 on Zarya! That's maybe less believable. I'm just shouting at a certain point, right? Beef between Pokerface and TM. Why is this so long? Oh, let me press these buttons so we can all see. Nope, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. What is all this? So this is a public discussion about the transfer of Faith with Twisted Minds. The situation causes enormous damage to the Faith and to the Faith. I know it's just a typo and they're not writing a statement in their native language, but a small translation error like that adds so much. It's is so damaging to the Faith. To the poker face cult, this is immensely damaging. All right, I don't actually know what this is about, so we can read it together. I don't think this should happen again, so I'm going to make it public. Okay. Hello, we are Pokerface. It's not a good post, but we're posting this because we need to talk about the transfer of the Pokerface's player, Faith, who received a transfer offer from Twisted Minds in mid-June. So we had process of transferring. TM's manager urgently requested the transfer of Faith as the roster deadline was imminent, and a transfer contract was drawn up with consent and a special clause prohibiting all activities, including scrim, before the transfer fee was paid. Afterwards, the manager said that the roster's deadline was urgent, so Pokerface was considerate of TM and only allowed roster registration. On the day the contract was signed, TM contacted us, promised they would pay the transfer fee within the next week. Okay. And Pokerface had completed all preparations for Faith's transfer, so they'll bring in a new main support fixer. All right. So everything seems straightforward so far. TM wants to sign Faith, and they said, hey, we need to try and get this deal done quickly because of a transfer deadline. Can we do that? And Pokerface said, yep, not a problem. Okay, so they'll try and do it, and they were expecting payment within the next week. All right, so then what happens? But a week later, this is my first language. This is my native language as well, if you can believe it. But a week later, TM asked to participate in test, saying that they wanted to compare Face with other players. So I think what they mean is obviously they wanted to try other players and play them against Faith as well, pick the best one. According to the special provisions of the contract, Pokerface announced that participation in the scrim would be possible after paying the transfer fee, because the contracts. So essentially, they had a clause in the contract was very much he can't scrim with you until the transfer fee is paid. You know, which seems okay. Fair enough clause. TM never said TM never said that signed contract could be cancelled depending on whether or not this test was performed. And they never refused or requested consultation when adding special provisions for player activity rights, including scrim. Team's manager ignored this contract provision and insisted that they would unilaterally terminate the contracts because they did not allow me to take the test scrim. So Pokerface said, if there is no solution to this, we plan to make this matter public. This is an act of ignoring the Pokerface, and since Faith's transfer was confirmed by TM, a replacement player was found, and as a result, the roster is already full. Player Faith was in danger of losing a season due to TM's unilateral and immoral actions. Pokerface was also put in an awkward position. This is a problem caused by the inexperience of TM's manager, and since TM is responsible for the signature, we request a solution to this problem from TM. We keep trying to contact them, but since we have solution and they just avoid responding, so they get dono-walled, we decide to make it public. At Pokerface, we think of each and every player as family and truly cherish them. We'd only sell our family for a reasonable fee. We hope refrain from making disparaging comments about the team based on your personal thoughts and speculations because it's the club's business. We are also cautious and cannot allow it to be made public without any consideration, and we cannot guarantee that such incidents will not occur in the future because it's hard to do so. ... We hope our fans know that we are doing the best to run our club behind the scenes. We will be a good team that rewards you as much as you trust us. Thank you. Okay, so that was a lot, but the crux of it is TM said they would pay for Faith. They agreed a contract. And then they bailed. And they just they said no. They said they wanted to trial other players. Look at the replies. You just opened the stream to send this? You're too slow, Valerie. Oh wait, there's more. We cannot disclose everything, but it's evidence for this. TM has been avoiding contact with us so far, and we hope you can contact us as soon as you check out this tweet. Alright, well, let's see then. So, full disclosure, I am not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice. So, a written consent for transfer of players. Pokerface Co. Name Kim Hong Gyu. Birth date. I presume this is Faith's name. A transfer team, Twisted Minds. Transfer fee. I presume that's just been blanked out. I'm not going to reveal the numbers. The Pokerface organization pledges that they will not raise any objection to the above person in the future. The transfer agreement will take effect from the time the transfer fee is completed, and after Team Twisted Minds deposits the transfer fee to the Pokerface Limited, blah, 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 blah. Pokerface delegates the player's activity authority to the Twisted Minds team. All activities, including scrim, will be prohibited until the transfer fee is deposited. And then obviously they've censored their bank details. Hello, you want to scrim TM next week? And then they say, I think your owner should check the DM first. Hello, and I'm going to say this name wrong probably. Abdulaziz, head of esports at Twisted Minds. Nice to meet you, Daphne. That was their last response. My dad was a solicitor. You want me to grab him? I mean, obviously this contract doesn't feel very robust as it is. Like this is so much shorter than any contract I've ever seen in my life for an esports team. Like, it really doesn't seem very robust, or it doesn't seem like it was written by a lawyer either, if you know what I mean. It doesn't seem written in a way that is legally bulletproof or something. Hey, Andra. Stop shouting at me, please. So presumably this is for signatures, right? Oh my god. Oh, will it? Why don't we zoom in? Open image in new tab. There we go. So presumably this is Twisted Minds, right? Yeah. Seems signed. Seems like they signed it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem... The thing is, I think Twisted Minds probably do get away... Again, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like they probably do get away with it legally, right? So I don't think anything illegal has happened, but I think they have been screwed over, you know? Because this does seem... I don't know. Again, like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. It doesn't seem like a robust enough contract, right? This is Faith is the player in question here. Faith to Twisted Minds is... Faith from Pokerface to Twisted Minds is the transfer in question. Is there a clause? Well, the thing is, this is all we've been given, right? And this isn't, like, very legally binding at all. Right? It reads more like an email of intent to pay rather than a legally binding contract. So, I mean, to be fair, they've been screwed, right? Like, whether anything illegal has happened, you know, like, wouldn't this hold up in a court of law? Probably not, right? I think there's probably a load of fucking workarounds team could say when we said... I mean, to be fair, it does specify, like, all activities including scrim, but, I mean... Ultimately, it doesn't look like, doesn't look like a real contract, unfortunately. There's more. Well, obviously, like, some bits of, like, the bank details and stuff have been blanked out. And the problem is, it even just says, like, a written consent form for transfer of players. I don't know, because whenever we did transfers in Overwatch League, I didn't deal with any of the contract level stuff, you know? Like, it was always, we would talk to the player, but then Nuki would always offer the, like, deal with the actual contract stuff. But, I mean, this doesn't look like any contract I've ever signed. Like, it's always way longer than this. There's always more stipulations and a load of fucking legal provisions and stuff to make sure everything is relatively bulletproof. It might not be the whole thing. It might just be that proof that they've signed it. It's possible, yeah. It's possible. It's all a little bit confusing. Obviously, some of this is just lost in translation, right? Like, doesn't feel like they're quite able to communicate exactly what they want. But either way, it does very much feel like Twisted Minds have screwed them over, right? They agreed to the transfer, they signed the thing, and then they changed their mind. You know, like, if you wanted a trial main support, that's reasonable. I think it's a reasonable request to say, hey, we're interested in Faith. Is it possible he could do some trial blocks with us? Perfectly reasonable request. But if that is your plan, don't sign a fucking contract agreeing to pay a transfer fee. Yeah, you're right, Clive. They do start it with we can't disclose everything. So this could just be like the like proof of signature, right? Is it Faith? Yeah, Faith is the player in question. Yeah, so I don't know. It's not gonna. I don't know if it will hold up in like court or what Poker Face's next action is. But it just seems like a fucking shambles, right? The nature of agreeing to pay a transfer fee is you'll pay the transfer fee. That bit is at least clear, right? Is you've signed a piece of paper that says we'll pay the transfer fee. And you can have the player once the thing is transferred. And Twisted Minds have instead said no, and then have just dono-walled them. Whoa! Thank you. Thank you, Fooper Duper. I appreciate the gifts. Anyone good get one? Or did people manage to dodge? Whoa, there's the train. Anything to give you a lift? I think that was meant to be lift. Another dodge. Well played, Iconics. Some high-level animation, yeah. I actually spent most of the money I've made so far on streaming on that animation. I got Weta Digital to do it. They had to take some time out from sorting out the latest avatar, but it was worth it, I think. I think they were pretty happy with the results. Because this will surprise you, but that's not actually that's not a photograph. That is a digitally altered image. I never was in a train like that, and that's all CGI. What do I think about Faith versus Bliss? Faith is better. Faith is better. Yeah, you know, when they do the Oscars, they have the best animated feature-length film, which obviously the train doesn't qualify for. But when they do animated short, expect to see that bad boy up front and center. Best editing. A cinematography one. Faith is not better than Bliss? I'm a Faith over Bliss believer. I'm a Faith over Bliss believer. Watch his POV now? Fuck. Do we even have Bliss POV? I think we don't. Yeah, I think Faith is really good. I think last year in Overwatch League, when we played against Vancouver Titans, fuck me, Crimson and Faith, the backline would be so far away. We would have to just say we can't kill the Vancouver backline. They'll be too far away. They'll be too safe. We just have to accept that is what it is. Oh, Faith, you mean? I guess we only have him on, like, who did he even play for last? What was their name? Was it Poker Face? Was he on it the whole time? Greatest Showman on lock. Yeah. I mean, I think the TLDR to this is like, just seems like another red flag on, what do you call it? Twisted Minds management. Obviously, there was the Kellen situation. And to be fair, the Kellen situation is whatever, right? It was more just the tweet afterwards. Where are we going? Playlists. It'll be Korea, right? Does my wife demand 100 women like sideshow? No. No such demands have been made. Him and Proud for best players on Poker Face? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable take. Yeah, agree as well, Sinu. Yeah, I think Faith actually would have been a better signing. I don't know. I mean, it's just a mess, right? Like either you want to trial main supports, because also, right, the way this goes, is they are telling Pokerface we need to go quick because of the roster deadline, right? And then they get told. So Pokerface are like, yeah, let's go fucking fast. And then they go fast, and then a week later they're like, let's trial. So clearly they didn't have to go that fast, right? Because they had time to trial everyone. What's the Kellen situation? It's just that he left. Well, Kellen left the team. I think, to be fair, I don't know. I don't know what the official reason is. I think my impression was it wasn't on this. What's his name? Is it Skeng1? There we go. It was more just, where is it? This one? Yeah, you, Kellen. This was the first Twisted Minds drama because he said all the players wanted to get rid of Kellen. So mean to Kellen. You can tell us, Kellen, whose decision to leave? Your decision or team decision? Both? Yeah. Seems reasonable then. If you wanted to go and the team were happy to change as well, it's really okay. But it was just funny, the phrasing. This one is more just a phrasing thing. Makes it sound like everyone hates Kellen when I don't think that was really the case. But then this one, where are we going? This one more of a straightforward management fumble of bad negotiating, bad faith promises. Can't go on episode when. Get Kellen on the podcast. Don't know if Kellen would come on. I don't know how strong Kellen's English is. Yeah, it's pretty good English. Yeah, I guess he was on New York, right? New York for that would have been full English the entire time. He'd agree as Keng would come on, then ignore us when it was time to come on. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, I guess there was a bit of precedent set. How else could he teach Psycho to play Tracer? Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I don't know why they would have promised it. It just doesn't make any sense. It just seems of it just seems of poor organization and poor planning from the Twisted Mind side, and then they just try and scam their way out of it essentially and try and break the promise. You say you'll finish the World Cup and then out and GG, and they say they want future as well. Oh, okay, I understand. So they wanted long term, but you only wanted one more event. Any chance of KSA on Uncoachable? We said he's welcome to come on if he wants. But at least at the moment, the answer's no. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. If you guys just both want different things. If you just want different things, makes sense to leave. You think Uncoachable with Yubi would go so hard? He's I don't think his English is strong enough. Whenever I've spoken to Yubi before for like interviews and stuff, he's always said his English isn't good enough. Which is why I spoke to like people like KSA and Quartz instead. So I don't think Yubi has enough confidence in his English. At least for like a verbal one. Quartz uncoachable? Maybe. I mean, there's a long list of people, right? There's a billion people in the scene who could all come on. But we'll just keep getting Crimzo on, ultimately. I'm hoping we'll see a Quartz redemption, you know? Get Crimzo on for 50th time? Now you're talking my language, Wilder. Get Crimzo. Yeah, finally some good suggestions coming in. If Yubi isn't confident in English, do they comment Arabic? No, they do comment English, but I think it's very different to comming English. In terms of like in-game comms, versus actually having like a conversation in English. These are like very different things, you know. Similarly, like with a lot of the Korean players who can speak English, there's a difference between speaking English in like a team environment in terms of comms and speaking English conversationally. I think it's like a very big divide, you know. Crimzo would be a good one. We could get Crimzo on again. Don't encourage us. Watch for Faith POV. Did he find where it was? Where will it be? Did they even make Korea playoffs? No. We have to go further back. DPS support player. I went past it. I scrolled too fast. Wait, I've got this one. Which one did I go past? Hold on, let's see which ones we got. Can you get Timey for uncoachable? I mean, we probably could, to be honest. I know Timey from back in the day. But I don't know if he'd want to. Oh yeah, you're right. Good eye, JB. Which one do we want? What's this? Versus Pokeface? Wait, is this the same one? Yeah, which one of these two videos do we want? I'm a genius. FGD is a free 2 game. Let's get some audio going. Yeah, no, I think really impressed with Faith last year. On Vancouver Titans. Spectre would be a good episode. He's so average. Yeah, but that's not necessarily a bad thing on Lucio. You don't need a crazy pop-off, Lucio. Just do your job. Do your job. Alright. Could have helped our boy a little bit more on that one, I think. Now we're going to go in. Making a play. Let's see it. Fuck. Ooh, thanks, Jawa. Chachawa? Chachawa? I'm saying that right. I'm nailing it. Appreciate it. 5 months as well. Fuck. Not died yet, so better than Lee Jae Gong. Fuck. How is Belarus still in Overwatch? Good news, he's been cut from this team. Don't worry. That problem has taken care of itself. I don't know if Belarus, did he move to another team afterwards? I don't think that's... Wait, is he on Poker Face now? He's gone from one roster to the other? Oh, is he actually... He's just swapped? Oh, okay. Ooh, thank you, Reflect.
Good morning, gang.
We are a gang, aren't we? I think Violet is wasted on main support. Yeah, probably. I don't know, his Brig is really insane, but Lucio is probably actually one of his weaker heroes. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've not seen anything crazy so far, but I think it's been like fairly okay. It's like average. A little bit split on this rotation, which is a problem. Now we're super split. Where are we going? Where are we going? We can escape and regroup with our team. Yeah, so fucked up this rotation. There now. Feel like if I'm Faith, I want more attention on Finale. B is good actually, right? Needs to find one of these kills. Oh, they're so low. Oh! Fuck. Yeah, like, it's not bad. It's not great, right? Like, I feel like a slightly better Lucio probably gets a kill there. Debating my friend is a Larian main support. Well, no, it's just it's a flex support, but you only ever play it in double flex. Yeah. All right, let's see it. Bit of dive. Yeah, I think the main supports are really just like Lucio, Brig, Lifeweaver, and Mercy. Alright, got eyes on everything. Saving our whip for the jump. I can respect it. Alright, we just whip a bubble. Oh, fuck. Why could we never kill this guy on London? Yeah, that wasn't great. Cool, we whipped him. It's alright. Back, now we can go forward. Nice. Flora owned. Alright, the dive's just kind of happened. Didn't have to do anything there. Right, Rally's slow cooking. Thanks for a bad start. Alright, but dive's just kind of happening. Whip is decent. We're going to get out of it as well. No problem. Oh, sleep is good. Oh, alright. Pulse Bomb was eaten by Jasmine, which helps a little bit. We block this one, though. Alright. Not too bad. Alright, we rallied here with a nano. Finale's hit the pulse as well. Eyes on this Tracer. Hit the bash. Block the pulse. Oh, he's doing alright, you know. First fight was really bad, but... Double pack, yeah. Oh, help! Help our boy! We save up. Oh, we're just doing it, mate. Bliss would never. Yeah, with all the main support stuff, it's not about what the hero does, it's just about hero pool. I really think it's just about hero pool. That's how it was originally defined. Alright, help our Ana out. Nice. Everything's under control. Can support our Tracer a little bit now, our Ana's okay. Argument, we could even be a little bit more aggressive on this Tracer. There we go, miss for whip. Rally because it's last fight. Big bash potentially now. Deal with this Winston. Alright, we're going to win the LAN.
Score 1-1.
Is Faith the best brig of all time? Yeah, I mean, we're not one to jump to conclusions on this stream, but yes. It's just, I don't know why people always get into this debate. It's just a hero pool thing. The main supports are Lucio, Brig, Mercy, Lifeweaver. Did I forget any? No. Those are the heroes. Those 4 heroes are main support. Everything else is a flex support. That's why they call it a double flex support comp. Name... Okay. Alpha, name me one Lucio player who plays Alaro regularly. Is it just Gala? Is it just Gala, right? Gala, Vega. Okay. But could you name me a Lucio player that plays Brig? Alright, so Jax does. Yeah. Most, exactly, right? You're just describing a double flex support comp. You're just describing a double flex support comp. Like when people go BAP Zen, that doesn't make one of them a main support. That just means we're playing a double flex support comp. The same way when you go... when Falcons go Genji Venture at the Dallas Major, we don't go, fuck, Proper's playing Genji as a hit scan. We just go, they're playing a double flex DPS comp. Like, we don't go... You're a client, Alpha. I'm not having this. If I could... If it was reasonable for me to dock this out of your pay somehow, I would. Can we watch a map of OT Blast versus Soul Infernal? Fuck, when's that from, Ruv? If it's got attack playing, I'd cop it actually. But yeah, we can watch this. Polling to Doc Bros pay. All right. We're moving on, because Alpha will not get off this hill no matter how many times he's executed atop it. Papa Joe settled it! You know what I've just realised as well? What Papa Joe has just done, they've been the first person to realise that any argument or dispute you are having in the realms of this Twitch chat can actually be solved if you have 10,000 channel points. That you can just automatically win it. Just go, oh, feels like I'm losing this argument. Time to kill the other person. It's funnier to just use it to time out again, Huntervo. Favorite echo chamber? Exactly. Alright. I kind of miss what happened, but Bellatrix is dead, and therefore Faith has done his job. Whip shot's good. Honestly, mate. Who was the Faith doubter? I'm a Faith believer. Alright. Flora's pulse one was alright, but Finale's was bigger. Oh, we watched this to see what Faith is missing. I mean, some people were just people were debating Faith versus Bliss, and if, regardless of how that situation was handled, who would have actually been the better signing for Twisted Minds. And I think the answer is Faith. Ooh, thank you, Ruv. We'll do this one, then we'll watch map 3 of that. Yeah, I was reading chat, so if you let the DPS die, that was fine. Didn't see it, so it didn't happen. Watch Faith on Lucio, though? We did! He did alright. Alright, we successfully get out. It was really just one guy. Now watch Bliss POV. Wait, let's finish this map. I don't know what. You're not going to convince me of this, because we scrimped against both of these teams, or both of these Lucios, I should say, last year. And it was obvious. You just feel it, you know? Watch Becky. Fuck. Becky surely can't be pertinent. Alright, the Faith's gonna clutch up here. I can feel it. I can feel it. Alright, catch a nade. Nice. Living. Living. Missing our whip shot. Living. Got no shield. Got no whip. We get out. Oh, fuck. Well. Didn't heal the Tracer once. Tracer wasn't low, was she? I feel like you're just gaslighting. You're just... What I feel like you're experiencing here, Hibashi, is just a confirmation bias. Yeah, like there's no opportunity to pack for Tracer here. I think Faith's better. Nothing I've seen there has really changed my opinion. Which one? Where was it? And you wanted to watch the attack. The attack one's actually useful, right? Because we talked about Fnatic before, but we've not actually watched attack ever. Wilder's been executed as well. Vitalis Major look back. I know Doishi, right? What did you say it was, Ruv? Map 3? We're filling in some blanks in our history, right? And then we'll watch. Then we'll actually crack on with Dallas. Alright, where are we? Here?
That Sigma.
So I respect the Ram as well because the Ram annihilation ult charge time and he'll be able to play the other points clearer.
I think
What fucking meta was this?
then follows up, finds Jude, and that is one hell of a way to break the forward hold. I think some heroics now from the remaining members.
You're expecting immediate response.
Yep, Mag just gonna be taken out. That steady healing from Lucio is gonna be nowhere near enough to try to save him, and it's a very absolutely necessary here.
Honestly, Mapino, I think Alpha has rattled you with the Alari main support stuff.
With the hold there from the spawn camping team and Mags. If you're gonna go for it, please play the Rhine. I don't understand.
You forgot the Soul Inferno existed? Yeah, I mean, it was probably one of the worst rebrands going, right? Philadelphia Fusion was such a good brand, I feel like.
Swapping to Winston, well, you should have just played the Rhine because the Rhine is much better at spawn camping, as we showed how quick the spawn camping is.
So much mental warfare going on. Alright. We can't I just want to focus. Let's zero in on attack, right? So he's playing Sigma against Dive. So important he doesn't get too split. Important he can hit a rock or two on this Winston. And important he can block this bloody skewed nade. Just walking forward now. A classic Tracer Reaper Bat Brig. Thank you, biggest boy.
Awooga.
It's an attack check. This is the last time attack played, right? Someone can fact check me and prove that's immediately just disinformation, but it's the last time attack played. It's the 24th. 24th Feta for the Esports World Cup start date. Surely not. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I just trusted chat in blind faith. I mean, not like the last time he played the game, but maybe the last match on record. Alright, let's see attack. Kitsune Rush coming in. Disengage. Flux defensively. We hit our Flux. Oh, we've missed our Flux. Ah, this guy's no good. Zero Flux value now, and Nano and a Primal to deal with. Oh, now his backline needs help. Oh, now they've dealt with it. Knife is dead. Probe is dead. Everyone started accept attacks, and everybody's doing well. Opener in trouble. Why is it Opener, BAP, and Irony Brig as well? Feels like that can't be optimal because of a Zen swap. Yeah, I just saw as well, Ruv. Alright, attack's now gone Junker Queen. Which means the value... the value of this look back might be cooked. Where is he? Forcing point. Just want to see big knives. Why is everyone so krong-pilled? Am I missing a... What am I missing out? You remember this being a good match? Including the pre-show? Oh, fuck, he's been slept. Alright. Kronk had a stage where he was the best player in the world. Fuck. The door has been opened. 2020 Kronk is the best player in the world, you think? Oh. Alright, Rampage time. Let's see it. He's lining it up. Big bash. Oh, he's going off. Mag's got a primal. Needs to find a kill.
Opener doing so much work here. I mean, just the Cheerios to the down M3, who's now onto a Sombra because you value the quicker respawn and the fast retake coming in. Speaking of,
they're running Lucio Brig. Yeah, it wasn't it because this was the meta for a long period of time, right? Big flash. Fuck. We got him. Yeah, this was pre-Kiri. Pre-Kiri. This was just the meta. Like what we're seeing on O2 Blast, where it was actually Genji Sojourn for most part. Genji, Sojourn, Junker Queen, Brig, Lucio was meta for entire stage. Oh, was Kiri out? Was she definitely out? Was this not stage 3 in this comp? Look top right. Oh yeah, true. This is when aura healing was broken. When was Kiri not out? Season 5? Or am I just completely misremembering that? Yeah, that's what I thought. This was season 6? Alright. We've cracked it. Fuck. Alpha executed time and time again. And there's a more recent attack from 9 months ago. I feel like I've been baited. I feel like we got promised, insightful attack gameplay, and I've just seen him play Queen. I mean, he's done fine on Queen, right? He's done all right. He's done not too bad in this brief stint. O2 are a contender team and Stolen Photo was not a thing in 2022. Yeah, but who remembers these details, you know? You have to... Oh, I pressed the wrong button. You have to remember, like... Because we were in the Western... whatever it was called, part of Overwatch League. The East doesn't exist. Who cares? It's like not a real place, you know? Not relevant to anything we would do.
he's already got a kill on knife, so maybe not.
Nice and early one. After the sniper battle already won. Probe as well as they play within the building. Can't really do much to assist.
Look at this Winston player. Nah, I don't know. Mag could probably be alright if someone gave him a chance, but I don't think he'll get the chance.
I'm also surprised Skewed is on the Kariko instead of the
All right.
because it's less
Difficult one for attack. Oh, he's just killed Mag.
I think it got hacked in there as well, so the extra assist coming through the knife. That's a major slowdown.
Attack played Contender's career after this? Fuck. Are you telling me there was misinformation spread? Not on my Twitch channel. I don't think so.
So, I don't know why Fixer was there, but I understand why Zest and Scooter there, because we are seeing now the Overwatch League strategy of Tracer go flank, sometimes obviously Sombra go flank as well. Kariko then TP onto a flanker, and then they work as a bit of a duo. Here though, with Mag dead, I mean, I'll just get...
No one ever said it? That's how I interpreted it. Why are we looking at this one then, Ruv?
That's gonna cost O2 Blast a little bit.
Greeting quite a bit to try to get the EMP. I mean, he's
You sent the last match to Discord's general? Hold on.
him in three in a major way, but that is going to be potentially costly if the card does get to move up.
My general or uncoachable general?
Dive into the back line, they're looking for irony. They will eventually be able to find the squishy Zenyatta. His opener will also get taken down. It's going to be the supports from the side of
Oh, I see.
In these past 5.5 years, we had over 400 players.
Who are these people? Shut up.
15
win fights in a row. Major healing sources, right? Crescent, more than capable of keeping up the slack while the rest of while they wait for Theon to return. So it's a couple changes now for Poker Face. Proud trying to go over to Sojourn, a character he's well known for, but it might be a little too late as we're heading into final fight territory.
Someone shoot Ruv. Should we just watch Dallas? I feel like none of this is proven as insightful as I thought it might be.
But he's struggling to find much of anything, even to farm. Right now.
You want the Dallas Fuel Mod review? All right, where are we? Ruv has been taken out. All right, where are we starting, Ben? I type in WCS, don't I? WCS Major. What do you think of the definitive ones to figure out? I think there was some debate previously about how good/bad Toronto were. Dallas Fuel MCD PV only. No. Maybe some of this crazy raccoon stuff. Right? Because people seem pretty skeptical of the idea that Proper was close to leave, right? Dallas Fuel XQC Rod review. No, not that type of Dallas. Not the show match. Dallas, no, not the Dallas Mavericks. I don't think I've ever watched a that's the basketball team, right? The Dallas Mavericks. I don't think I've ever watched a basketball game. Dallas Cowboys? I've watched the Dallas Cowboys, yeah. Logan Paul's Mavericks? Mavs made it to the final this year? Deutsch? Fuck. It feels like there's a lot of, there's allegiances and counter-allegiances stacking up here, you know? Wait, I'm gonna go to the toilet. We'll do a poll quickly while I go to the toilet. Just shot 2 people. Feeling good. New poll. Where do we start? And then, let's see. Toronto versus Defiant. Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. Is there anything else from here that's like massively worthwhile? Toronto versus TM. We're not doing Toronto versus TM. The Toronto games, yeah, I'll just do these 2. Falcons Ents maybe? Yeah, I can put it up there. I know the Ents rosters now, let's stick to these ones now. All right, I'm gonna go get a drink. You guys make up your mind. Voted for neither so we can get PGE. Wicked smart. Oh, I'm back. Fuck, we just gonna watch Toronto? Seems like there was very limited interest in the old Falcons Crazy Raccoon. Toronto Defiant versus Dallas Fuel. No! Silly. SSG versus Ents Part Infinity. Alright, where are we going then? Start with this one, right?
We're ready for more action because we have a second semifinal.
When do we actually get to the game? Here! Who cares about Korean? What is... Hear me out. What is it? Spitfire versus Toronto Defiant. The play-ins. You're gonna be raising Vega stocks. So there was a few things that I guess what were my most controversial opinions. OAM sending you Toronto Ultra merch. No, they're not sending me anything. I think from what I understand, we will be going purple for a brief spell over the Esports World Cup. So we will go briefly purple, which will be nice. So some of the things that were controversial that we'll see in this game is people seem really down on Vega, right? It seems to be like actually quite a loud portion of the community that is really anti-Vega. Maybe some sugar-free as well. A few people thought merit should be higher as well. I don't know how big that drive was, but a few people thought merit should be like A tier or something. And I guess in general, I mean, we kind of talk about this on the latest Uncoachable as well. In terms of where we thought the problems were, because since we had Cass on, we did talk about the Dallas Major a bit from their point of view. So we did talk about a little bit of both, but there was sort of a bit of consensus that actually I feel like Sugarfree and Someone were two of the lower impact players at this event, when normally Sugarfree and Someone are two of the highest impact players for them. Yeah, there should be we should probably update that command, right? Any competent mods? Because the next episode is not with Avril. That's also the wrong link, I think. Wait, can I fix it? Or can you fix it, Mapino? Which one of us is smarter? It might be me. Hold on. Where is it? Uncoachable. Edit. Try now? I think I got it. Uncoachable. There we go. That one works, surely. The Uncoachable Crackhead Alliance isn't so happy about that. Don't really know what that means, mate.
It will be, oh, look at this.
Toronto should have picked up Mag. Alright, so this one, so I get out ahead of this, but this is one where I actually thought this series against Crazy Raccoon, obviously lots of people can play against Crazy Raccoon and look bad, but I actually thought this series in particular, was a really rough one from Vega. But I think the next series they play against Ents is more of a stabilizing one. No, because we want to watch some of Sugar Free and Someone as well. So we won't stick on POV for now. We can check out some later because there's only 3 maps here, right? And to be fair to Someone as well, as much as the word on the street is, well, I guess there's a couple of words on the street. Some of the word on the street is he's better at Malga now, and also Malga might not be as relevant as it once was by the time we get to the Esports World Cup as well. Alright, they have to play against the ball. We've seen many a person. Alright. I just think this is like a really hard side of a map to take. I mean, this comp matchup, even just initially, doesn't feel that great, right? They sort of go to this big side, which is super fucking boopable by the ball, by the Lucio, all of this. It's really open in terms of nades for Shu from the high ground or something like this. So it's just such a hard place to hold. And they don't really put any pressure out. They're just going to get burned down. RuPaul is sliding off the map. Alright, what's the swap here? They keep the Malga. Maybe not unreasonable. I don't know what would have been better against the... Is the Ram better against the ball? Maybe not. How good is slow into ball? Does it make much difference? Alpha's not done anything this time. Alpha's just getting punished on cooldown. Poor guy. Well, one thing you did say, Alpha, is you said you were happy to die on this hill. So you've now been killed 3 times on this hill. So you've been asked to put your money where your mouth is. Malga's better into ball, you think? Yeah, I can see it. Alright, they catch him this time. Pulse bomb trade. Yeah, the problem with the Malga, though, is... would Sigma or something not be better? Because I feel like for part of the problem into this is you just get fucking naded all the time, you know? There's nothing the Malga can really do about that. Because yeah, this, well, the nade kills free essentially, right? But yeah, they're just playing in an area where they've got no way to deal with that nade. Now we're going to hold forward. This is what Crazy Raccoon loves to do. And this is, to be fair, this is just a fucking nightmare difficulty hold on any comp to break. They need Sugar Free to contest Shu. Yeah, in theory, yes, but it's particularly hard on this map. Just because of the places Shu can play. He can play in Africa. And still have really good nade spots and be on high ground, so it's awkward for a Tracer to get to them. So I think it's like an awkward map for Sugar Free to do what he would normally want to do. But I do agree in principle, Archie. I think it's like the right thing, the right type of thing. This is what you want Sugar Free to do in this situation. All right, so they're gonna cross. They die on rotation again. Was Sugar Free slept or just fucking dead? No, just caught. Now we're gonna get a copy pulse bomb in here as well. Oh, they're getting absolute. The second pulse. All right. Yeah, I mean. Here comes the slam early again. Pressure onto Merit. Cardiac overdrive is used. They have to beat. Merit's still going to die on the way through.
combo is so simple, but doesn't expose himself to the pulse bomb as he drops to the ground. It may not matter.
Would I rather have a lip on Tracer or sugar free? Sugar free. Sugar free, I think. I mean, Lip did put in that one monster performance.
The numbers so heavily favor Crazy Raccoon. And no one else here
But
really
yeah.
match this Wrecking Ball comp, maybe NRG Shock. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I'm Toronto, I'm probably really considering just going like Winston or something, you know? Either Kiri Lucio and just like trying to ignore the ball as go past it. Multiple. No, the Ilios against Falcons. The winning map.
Bit early as Torom now can hold on to his a little longer. Again, it's Merritt down. He's saying actually being the one to aggress onto the Cassidy is a risk taken, but it pays off for Crazy Raccoon. Now he's can chill. Sit above the action for a time. Sticky bombs. The combo is so simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's just over, isn't it? Maybe they didn't have to beat on that last retake and we could have saved beat, but yeah. Yeah, I think Sugar Free's problem isn't really... Like, I think Sugar Free's a really good player. I think he's just in, like... Can you see this if I go here? I think he's just in, like, such an unreasonably stacked role, because you gotta remember that Toronto's intention is to win fucking tournaments, right? But the problem is, like, all these players ahead of him, maybe Checkmate is like more questionable because of the year he's had. But like these players are all super good, right? But even then, you know what I mean? Like all of these players are on different teams that he's all directly competing with, right? These are his direct competition. So I think it's really hard. Really hard. I think Sugar Free's good at like he's like good at most heroes and then like really good at Tracer, I think. Do you think Viper is about as good as Sugar Free? Yeah. Yeah, I mean I've not seen as much of Viper's hero pool outside of like I've seen him play like 99% Tracer and stuff, you know. But I think Sugar Free's Tracer is actually really good. I think he proved that last year, and he's continued to prove that this year. Oh, I remember this one. This one pissed me off so much. Oh, it's pissed me off so much in this map. Fucking... it's actually so unlosable for Toronto. Yeah. Viper Genji stupid. Yeah, some people have said that. I've just not seen it, you know. So, because everything here is perfect, right? They've won the neutral. They've called Crazy Raccoon's buff on what heroes they want to play. And they've won it, basically. Like, this... Now, if you win first fight like this, they're actually fucked. Like, at this point, Crazy Raccoon are fucked unless they do something crazy.
Pretty bad in that type of scenario. So, there is now nice fight win here for Toronto Defiant as trying to get a little bit...
Right, so you can just keep playing point if you're Toronto.
So careful about this. The mag grenade, he can't get away. They'll be held in place and flattened with all this damage.
Just eyes on this. Eyes on this nade.
He's on point here. Just flanking.
They TP'd out top with the window. I don't mind this. It's like a decent idea as long as someone anchors point. Gonna go back to point now. 1-4 trade, it's okay. Lamp's a little bit late. Everything's really okay, right? Still in control of point. Vega's taking care of Lip. We beat out. We don't need to beat out.
I think they were just a little bit worried there because you had Jun been up on the high ground. You still had some damage coming on.
Yeah, so this beat is a shit the bed beat.
Onto the win stage. More Crazy Raccoon finds most support. And does a nice job getting out of the way of someone there as he was getting quite low.
Are you back? I don't think anything, unless... Is it because RuPaul's naded, maybe? Did I? RuPaul's not naded. He's naded afterwards, if anything. Yeah. I mean, it's a bad beat. I mean, to be fair, like, as much as I think Vega is overhated, I think this series was really bad. This series, I think, was really bad from Vega. I think, like, a lot of really poor ults. A few were for just classic die before anything happened situations. But also, like, the reason I don't hold this one as much against Vega as maybe I would if this was somebody else is as like this is like his first big game on LAN, right? Because I know he played against Twisted Minds, but I don't think it counts, you know? Don't think it counts. This is like the first game that matters on LAN. So if he underperforms, I think that's actually normal. Like, this is the one that pisses me off, right? Because, oh, fuck. They nearly have Simwall. Just go to point now. Just go to point. You know, like, scout where they are. Like, we see where they are. We can get to point now. We're going to go top. Catch a giant nade. Our backline will just die. They'll get a free engage. Ah, fuck's sake. And they had no ults. Like, look, they had no fucking ults if they had just forced point. You would have, 100% you would have got the flip for free. Then you are dropping Symbol, and they are using like 2 or 3 of these ults minimum. Maybe even fucking more, you know? And then you go back to point. Yeah. Alright, so they're going to Symbol to point here. So this is now the correct decision, I think, still. Oh, fuck. They fucked the TP. Oh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. Now where are they going? So now they've used their most powerful ult, Symbol, in exchange for 0 ults. And now suddenly Crazy Raccoon have 5 ults. In this last fight. And they pulse bomb, they barrage. Oh, they juke a decent amount of it, actually. They have to lamp for it, but it works out pretty well. Well played by Jump into dodge it. Yeah. And now an emergency swap to dive. Oh, this is the one where they just C9, right? Because Sugar Free's already been forced to touch. Yeah. We're not kidding you at all, Uber. It fucking happened. Alright. So then this one, from memory, I think was the most egregious map. I mean, to be fair, that last one was pretty ugly. Alright, so what are they playing here? Sigma, Lucio Bap, double hit scan. Again, this is just another one where it just feels like a... I why are we putting Sugar Free on Sojin, you know? If we don't want to play like a Tracer because it's particularly bad on this first point, that's really fine, but I still feel like something like a Genji into this probably feels really okay. Maybe an Echo, maybe it's a hard map to Echo on as well, but like Genji's probably the play. Merit Ascended. Yeah, I think I have a memory of this as well. Like the second hold from Toronto, Merit just clicked on all of the things he was meant to click on. Merit's now immediately dead though, which is a problem. Alright. So just immediately back to spawn here. Oh, Rupal trades Heesang. Go on, Rupal. We've actually seen this, because even though we've not been focusing on Crazy Raccoon, we've actually seen loads of Crazy Raccoon games by tangent, right? And this thing Crazy Raccoon do where they play aggressive, it seems to very much be fucking core to their identity, right? What's the expression they use in Korea? It's like their color, it's their team color is aggression. But so many times we've seen something like this where they walk forward and it results in them actually losing a player. Virtus Pro have this same problem as well, where Virtus Pro again are a team that like to hold aggressively. But it gets caught. They're crazy colors. Moon said that on Coach when spawn holds a part of their strats. Yeah, I mean, I think it is good. But it does also cost them in a lot of situations. So there's like what's the word? Theory's fine. A high press. Yeah, exactly, Braven. A high press. High pressing Overwatch. All right, so the window here. If I actually catch Max here, let's see it. Yeah, so they just catch Max. Again, I know a lot of people like Max defenders, but Max probably feels like he's the tank who gets caught by windows the most.
That caught them off guard because Max was like stepping up to actually play on the payload. And I think just having that amp matrix.
They're going to window back here. Just pocket Sugar Free through this. Lamp him out. All right, all right, all right. They've wasted window here. Now they're going to swing through. Any kill will do. I just would have liked it, like, I don't, it's hard to quantify or say specifically who should have been doing it, but just feels like there's that moment there from Toronto Defiant where it's just like right here, Max is dead, right? Max is probably like halfway back from spawn or something. And I know they've got to like contest with the Widow and all of this, but I just feel like normally Toronto just swing here and somebody fucking dies, you know? Like it just feels, because everyone lives here, but if I'm Heesang and I'm Chorong, nothing crazy has happened to keep them alive, you know? There's not been like an insane pocket or anything. It's just been a little bit, just, I don't know, like 10% meeker than normal. Alright, so now we're back to a neutral.
What's Lip been up to? He's already been able to find any, kills here.
Oh! Alright, they managed to get the cross, so now they've got a better angle on Max, I think. We're gonna flux, but Lip finds the pick. Where's the flux? It's onto the BAP. Rock's good from someone, actually. Nice, someone. He's still got it. Alright, they managed to overclock out. I'm gonna flux. Overclock onto Sugar Free. They beat for it so they can keep going. Vega's got a boop in on everyone. Ah, fuck. It'd be so much easier with a Genji, honestly. Because then when they, like, the Genji and Lucio can really work as that two-man group, you know? So when you go around this corner or something, your Sigma can swing with your BAP and your Cass, but then your Genji Lucio can just become a little fucking hit squad and get underneath here or go up top or something. And then then you just take the entire map. You get to take everything away from them. Lip will have no impact. There's no way their supports can stay alive in those situations, you know, because you have fucking every angle on them. So yeah, I don't know, yeah. So not a fan of the comp. And to be fair, it's mainly just for Sojourn I'm not a fan of, one of the comp. Yeah, they could also do like a, I feel like if you're going to run it, like a double hit scan version, you probably do want to do it with a Brig or something. But I feel like Lucio Genji is the optimal version here. Like, I'd rather swap the Sojourn and swap the Lucio to a Brig or something. Alright, so Windows in play, Heesang has it. Alright, they can disengage this one. Disengage feels good. Alright, just gotta watch this blade. Alright, pressure onto Heesang. Nice. Rock. Nice again from someone. Alright. They've dealt with this Genji. Now they window the corner. They lamp to peek the corner aggressively. Just need kills. Chorong's gone through everyone with rally. Ah, fuck. Are they just not expecting the rally?
They don't have the blade to leverage as the
Fuck. Yeah, it just feels a little bit like when RuPaul lamps here, I feel like his idea is we are super hard swinging with Window, right? So he just wants to lamp us so we can freely peek for Widow. But actually how this fight is going to go is we're going to Window and they're going to try and go through it, right? In some form. So we just want to make sure we're not caught by this. So we either do the Window at like this angle instead if we can, so it's harder for them to walk through. Or if we do the Window like this, we do like a wider swing essentially. Again, it's kind of scary into the Widow. But then if they push through like this, then someone can stand this side and use like the Window from the other side. Kind of like he's trying to do now, right? A little bit. But yeah, they get through, they kill RuPaul, and then they just get to turn it into a dogfight here. And they still trade. Max is going to hit an old Brute in the back line. Now just go kill Max and then go win the point. There we go. Yeah, honestly, Max not beating the allegations here, right? So far, gapped on Sig. Agree? I know we're only like 4 minutes in, but so far, gapped on Sig by someone. Alright, now the Flux. This time they get the Genji, deflects force. Nice combo. RuPaul's going to finish it for him. They caught wrong on that. Okay, the damage is done. The damage is done. Agree? Fraud. Alright. So now we're going to go Ramatra. Again, I think this is fine. I think for Ramatra into the BAP, the Brig, the Sigma, you can actually be, again, you can be really aggressive. I'd still love to see a fucking Genji instead of a Sojourn or something that can go a little bit with, more with the push. Wolves are going to slow him down here. They're holding so aggressively again, Crazy Raccoon.
Only 90 seconds, man. They can't really afford to be delayed for too much longer. They might charge in with a beat speed boost. They need to force a fight.
Yeah, my guess here is that actually they want to press the Genji button now, but they have overclocked, so they don't feel like they actually want to. But it's probably fine in reality, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there's no speed for Crazy Raccoon, right? It's going to be very difficult to gauge if that's the case.
Right, he sangs. Oh no. Where's Vega? He's just too close, right? He's just too, like, yeah. Just with the ults that are coming, he just gets too close here. Doesn't want to be that close on the cross. Wants to be in a position where RuPaul can lamp him if possible to make sure the beat comes off, you know?
Out there, but it's going to be Heesang going in first. Blade is good. Gets through the immortality field of RuPaul and the Defiant are about to come crashing down. That's a one-sided fight if I've ever seen it. There was a
like the idea I think is that Sugar Free would only play Sojourn for first point, then swap to Genji. That would be my guess at what they're trying to do. But now they're just stuck in this awful situation where like Sugar Free, and then they die to the fucking Ajax into not using overclock here, so they still have this godforsaken overclock, and there's 50 seconds left on the map.
That is tough stuff, especially because you're playing around that.
So, I don't know. Oh. Alright, they're walking up main. Overclock using this time. They're going to lamp themselves through the window. Flux over the top.
Oh my goodness. Lipson, sorry buddy, I've got a sweet tooth. Crazy Raccoon now with four still standing.
Because I presume he goes Genji now, right? If I remember right. Yeah. But now I'm like, we're going to spend 25 seconds on the Genji comp.
It's really been better to play the Sojourn sugar-free on the Tracer. Like, that's
But again, window and annihilation. Fuck, we can win this fight.
An interesting look. Yeah, it's obviously you can play it, but it's not exactly what they kind of run.
Tank gap. Alright, get past. Survive for first nade. Now we're going to window. Window's a little bit early again, right? Crazy Raccoon had already kind of backed off.
Someone does have annihilation, but how do you make use of it here? Crazy Raccoon will continue to give ground.
I think you just go with High Noon, and then if they commit, fuck. Wish Lip wouldn't click on faces. Oh, now they're trying to force the annihilation. They're trying to go quite deep. Yeah, and they just cancel out the rally and the annihilation. Felt a little bit forced from someone there. Again, the window, For window of the annihilation, it just feels slightly too early.
Just picks it off out of the sky. There's nothing here for the Defiant to work with.
All feels slightly too early, which just means the disengage from Crazy Raccoon is just really straightforward, right? Like if we go back, yeah, if we look at this window, wait, if we go back to when it's dropped, like at this point here, Toronto have won the neutral, you know? Yeah, not had good windows, yeah. Yeah, neither one has looked good. But like, Toronto have actually won the neutral here, right? Like, Charong has bashed away. Max is starting to give space, because the Ram does just win this neutral kind of by default into the Sigma anyway. So they sort of bully them all back, right? And then they press window. But it's like, actually, oh fuck, we can just keep walking, you know? Or we'll probably want to do something a little bit more like this to use for cover. But then we could just walk and maybe we can window on this corner, right? And then if they try and rally to go through window or something like they did on first, then we press Annihilation or we press High Noon or something and we keep going. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Fuck. Alpha's been killed. What are we now? 4 times Alpha you've been shot? Oh wait, you've DM'd me as well. Oh, you're DMing the timestamps. Well, I guess all this time in let me just update the Patreon while I'm thinking about it. I guess all this time in timeout hell has given you an opportunity to get the timestamps sorted for all the Patreon heads. So I'm sure they're very grateful. Let's see. What do I want to do? I want to edit this post. Whoa.
Hashtag Shiva at dusk.
Thanks, J9. Appreciate the 4 months. I feel like Brian didn't quite communicate exactly what you were hoping for with that one. All right, I just need to sort out a formatting on these timestamps on the other screen in a second. This is for timestamps for all the Patreon heads who want the early access to the podcast. Next. Save. All right, the timestamps are there now. Yeah, I saw what you were going for, J9, but it seems like Brian hadn't quite clocked exactly where the breaks in that was. Oh yeah,
it's one of those things.
Shh. Okay. Yeah, Brian out of the loop, unfortunately, with all the latest transfer gossip. But what can you do, eh? Yeah, you can have a refund as well. I don't know where the mods are right now. I don't know what button it is. Wait, can I do it? I can report it. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Someone, oh, we got him. He's dead. There we go. Phew. Thank God. Thank God I thought Alpha was going to live. But yeah, so this window feels early, right? Therefore we don't get anything out of it. And then if I look at someone's decision here, because someone's gonna form now. I guess he thinks he can just keep going and kill Max, right? But Max is naded and he's gonna get double pocketed through and all of this. Yeah. And then they're gonna hide in over top as well, so it's like, yeah. I pressed the wrong button there. Sorry. But yeah, bad ults across the board, right?
I just did a banging shit in the toilet. When I rinse my mouth, I go blare blag 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 blag.
Okay, yeah, great. Thanks, Enks Game. Truly peak use of text-to-speech. Don't know why it kind of cut you off there, right? Cut you off at the end. Wouldn't do the I speak, but he's done it.
Just when you think he's gone in the meta, right? Morgan shows back up.
I don't know if it's, do you think it's a setting or where are my alerts? I don't know if there was an option. I thought like with the text to speech, I kind of just like, I just turn it on or I turn it off, you know? Let's see. I don't know if there's, I can give like a minimum length. No. It's just like a tick box, like on or off. I can't give it like a minimum. A minimum length to do or anything. So I guess it's actually just Brian. It's actually not my decision at all. It's actually just Brian's decision. How much of it he chooses to say or not say, you know. So I guess that's what it is. We'll just have to leave it up to old Brian. All right, so this is where Merritt goes off.
Look at this. I think we're going to see a swap, right? They see...
All right, let's see it then, shall we? So Sugar Free starting on May, and they're going to hold for far back corner. Did I miss a fight? I missed. Oh, they're going to start fighting in spawn. This spawn hold is impossible, by the way. It's a really difficult one.
RuPaul taken down, and Immortality they come out awful early, and this forward hole from the Toronto Defiant is going to be dismantled.
So it ends up being a really easy one. Sugar Free sticks for May, they're going to hold in this corner. This is kind of what Toronto wants at least, right? They're going to go for free fights. They lose this neutral so hard, though. How do they lose it so hard? The wall kind of does nothing. Like, what are they walling here? Yeah, Vega has to get lamped out. Vega gets caught too far forward again.
I'd be back right up here if you're Toronto. That is very frightening. Chorong here playing close, Sugar Free on the main, trying to catch someone with the wall.
Oh, catch his lip. All right, they can stabilize here.
And that's huge, right? Because you don't get that kill onto lip there. They're going to end up building the consuming rush, getting right around the corner, and with no immortality build at that moment, it would have been quite difficult. So here's the consuming rush. Jedi.
They force the Kitsune rush because they keep going. They're at High Noon's back. But he cancels it really quickly. I don't know why he cancels it so fast. Oh, they're all so low. Just a single kill. They're going to window too. Surely they get a kill. Oh my god. Just feels messy, doesn't it, you know? Like, they push forward. They force the Kitsune rush out. They see a chance. They get a High Noon. Gets the damage. Can't quite finish any kill. Then they window. They have to lamp. The magnetic grenade just kills them. And then, like, Vega's going to beat, but the beat ends up being not in time to save RuPaul. And, like, someone's back here, right? And again, it just seems a little bit like... Like, bearing in mind where Sugar Free and someone's position is here now, like, when this window was dropped, it doesn't feel like Merritt and RuPaul up here are really on the same page of Sugar Free and someone down here, you know? In terms of how aggressive they want to be. Yeah, and the beat's late as well. So it just seems all out of sorts for Toronto, doesn't it? I feel like if we go back and watch any of their other games, we don't call a single one. Like if a Face It playoffs or something, I feel like we wouldn't have used this at all. Are we just going to go early with Blade? Oh, yeah, Merritt's a split. Any staggers as well? Can we get someone out of this? I mean, it's not the end of the world, actually, that they get the Flux out. They go and die on point and get Flux out. So Crazy Raccoon have kind of used everything, right? We're even going to High Noon so early here. In Crazy Raccoon. Ah, the wall gets booped. Yeah, he gets booped as he walls, so it's just he fucks it up. They survive a high noon regardless, though, so, you know, Crazy Raccoon quickly back. Now the Flux to chase him. Easy. Ah, we hate the economy. Oh, we hate the economy. Yeah. Yeah, as I'm watching some of these mistakes, it's all sort of like coming back to me, you know? Alright, this window looks a lot more reasonable, right? We got everyone trapped in it. Can we chase any of these kills? Vega's chasing something. Wait, where's Chiron going? Is he going all the way around?
It's all long range walls. You've got to be very premeditated, I think, about how you set it up. Yeah, Magronite didn't make his way down. Seems to have been the case here. He's saying constantly threatening.
France would be a top tier. Yeah, but who are you replacing them with? I think Sugarfree and Vega are actually standout for their roles. Yeah.
It's a really good area for a Kitsune rush.
All right, now we're going to go with High Noon. Force for beat out. Happy with that. Nice. All right.
Getting rid of the Sigma is so big. Now there's nowhere to hide for Crazy Raccoon. Again, they'll be shoved back into spawn. That is clean from Merit.
Yeah, I mean, now it's sound barrier number 2. Yeah, you mean in theory, right? You're going to have Graphitic Flux, and you're going to have your own sound
Strong and checkmate.
Well, so they're in a pretty good spot. The next thing you're looking at
Maybe. I don't know. I'm still not buying into, like, I think there's, you know, if you ask me, is Vega as good as Funny Astro or, you know, Chio Chirong? Absolutely not. But I really don't think he's actually, like, that bad. I think this series that we're watching now is, like, his worst moments. But again, it's his first major offline match. So this happens to everyone. Like, I think you're really the exception. If this doesn't happen to you the first time you play a major match on stage, you're the exception much more than the norm, you know?
down in that first half ends up giving a lot of progress, giving up a lot of progress, probably for their own sake.
A lot on Vega's shoulders here.
All right, catches lip on the rotate. Flux forces out Suzu, forces out the Matrix. Now they can push forward. Want to be aggressive. Can't get the cancel. Lamp is good. Deal with the blade. Beat is good. All right.
And this is what you expect from Merit, right? We talk, you know, one of the best hit scans in the world. Merit is right up there. I mean, I think that is very close.
You say you've been saying that, Inks game, but you know Tree has only been of legal age for like fucking 3 weeks. So it's like it's not a useful, it's only a very recently useful decision. Because otherwise you would have had 4 players for 6 months, which would have been suboptimal. Look at my logs. I've been saying. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't check. It doesn't. No matter how early you said it. No matter how early you said it, it doesn't change his age. All right, hold is okay. One more rotate for Crazy Raccoon. This time Vega over Ram as well. You've been saying this for 2 weeks? Have you been saying it for 2 weeks? That's actually the correct amount of time to be saying it. So fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Max gets through it. Mail doesn't catch anyone. All right. Another good ult trade. Another good hold. A little bit of a stagger as well.
Less than a minute left.
Now is your become pretty strong inside of that. Kind of throwing stuff at the wall here, trying to get something to work.
It's a tough spot for any team to play from. We saw Toronto suffer in exactly the same position.
All right, 40 seconds.
Toronto will have his beat. If it doesn't get Ajax,
Gonna win the LAN. Merit has killed another person on rotation.
what a target to find. The Baptiste is down.
A perfect kill, you might say. They've actually won it too quickly. Just got here. What are we doing, racing Kasaurus? I mean, we don't agree with a comp choice on the attack, but a lot of it just looks like I know I don't want to use the word panicking, I guess, because that feels like, you know, it doesn't feel reasonable to expect a roster with this much experience minus Vega to play panicky or play kind of nervous. But I mean, I guess it can happen, right? It just feels like they're playing a little bit cagey, a little bit tense. They're rushing a lot of their ults, a little bit of desync in some key moments, and some compositional choices now I don't agree with, at least on the attack here.
To set it up. Yeah, you'll be able to get Heesang back from spawn, right? It's definitely going to burn a little bit more.
Right, so they're holding close here. I think stay close and shoot him a little bit. We're going to Flux super early. Well, Flux is good though, forces the early beat. That's fine.
It's enough to save them. 3 seconds left. They're going to venture heading over towards the card. They're going to touch it.
Oh.
Good Deadeye.
And this is like this weird thing here. You know where they go to hold forward here? Right? We had this conversation on London a lot. The like when to hold close and when not to hold close. Because they go and hold forward here, right? And the idea of holding forward here is you get to force their beat in a shit location, which is true, right? That's what someone does. Someone fluxes them here and they beat in this area. But also, what is true? What have we seen happen in the previous 3 fights? Is they hold something like this, right? Where their Sigma will be here, maybe their Lucy will be here, their Cass will be up here with this line of sight, and they'll just peek them from this side and this side at the same time. And every time Merit has found an opening pick, right? And then they've had success on this for several fights in a row, and then they change it to try and hold forward. And there's just an element of me of like, fuck. Just do the same hold again. You can still flux them here and force a shit beat. They still have to use the like tail end of the beat to run up the slope. It's still bad. Then it's probably a little bit easier to get these support ults online and get them off in a meaningful way. But yeah. Merit S tier. I mean, he got the opening picks, but also, I mean, he got opening picks in like the most broken, like hold spot in the game. So I mean, he hit the shots. It's good of him to hit the shots, like, but I don't think we've seen anything like wild here. Yeah, like for the, I know like people are still talking about roster stuff. Yeah, I think like Cass's main logic when we talked way back at the start was just that it felt like some of the players were more interested in the bag than maybe the opportunity to play here, where all these players were pretty keen to play with each other and be part of this core. So yeah, I mean the roster's not bad, right? The roster's not bad. They've underperformed in you'll be the new main support, Enks, you know? But yeah, but like, look at this. It's hard to see from the overhead, but look. Can I get... Like, where Vega is now, right, and they're amping backwards, like, everyone else is around him, right? Like, so they all have to do this really awkward disengage. You see what I mean? Like, they're all busy walking up this slope rather than in a good hold position. Yeah.
Immortality field had to be used there by the Toronto Defiant, and Vega has gone down. Air Matrix now, but they don't have the players to capitalize on it. They've got to group up around the card. Raccoon's alone. Yes, Bashu is going to be there. Return in burst is going to be massive here to get everyone topped up, but he has an Air Matrix available. Here they come. Merit steps back.
Oh, they're all so low as well. Heesang makes for play. And then they probably don't need to beat so early coming back. Like, oh, ironically, I get why he beats, because like it feels like it's a fucking dogfight, which it kind of is. But when this trade happens, actually they're kind of okay. Are they kind of okay? I think they're actually okay, you know, because like someone's got all the overheal health or like the shield health. And then they try and beat through. And yeah, Heesang just gets pocketed through everything. They don't find any kills with it. Yeah. I mean, they could play this later situation better for sure. But I think the, like if they had beat now, for example, that would feel fucking great. But also they've, like, the real issues all happened before this, honestly. Yeah. But that's the one that hurts, obviously, because that's the one it really feels like they had in the bag, you know.
Didn't work as well, but Sugar Free brought out the May here on the defense, and Merit, man, you give him this position on the high ground, fight. I think
They should be giving every Toronto Defiant fan a lot of hope.
closeness of games. Look at this, a surprise here on defense. Amaga.
Why not run upstairs instead of main? Wouldn't that have solved the issue? Yeah, that could have helped as well. That could have been better as well. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, it's true that Merit is locked to hit scan, essentially, right? But it probably feels like quite a reasonable gamble at the start, no? Like, how many double flex DPS compositions did we really see prior to this year of OWCS? You know? Like, maybe there was a Tracer Echo period, right? Tracer Echo on dive maps. But it also feels like there was always an option to play a hit scan on a lot of those maps as well. Like, I think the Echo is better. I think you can make it work for the most part.
Having the Cassidy with the Pharah, I agreed with Jake, like playing Cassie Sojourn was just a little odd.
Alright, so now there's a straight Malga mirror here, right? My memory of this one is... This is one where I felt like Sugar Free didn't have a large impact. But we can take another look at it. So Jumper's going to start by going in so aggressive. How's Jump? Yeah, because look at this, right? It just feels like nothing's happened so far, right? But where are we playing if we're Toronto? You know, like suddenly Heesang has this angle. Fucking, even Lucio has this angle. Jumbin's fucking pinned behind us. Fuck, how have we lost? We just lost everything so quickly, you know? So then all of a sudden, Heesang just has complete free reign. Merit finds himself in a very awkward situation. And the whole team just gets to walk forward and kill off the back of that. I think Spark is pretty flexible. Spark can play Tracer, he can play Sim. He can play everything. Have you heard of a Spengy? Have you heard of a Spoosio? Alright, playing free cart now. Don't know if I can get the cart much further, so they might have to try this difficult high ground retake now. We're going to go up the elevator with a high noon. We're just going to disengage and drop. So now both teams have high ground. Or like their own high ground. Someone's going to rejoin them here. Someone wants to make the first move. Stomp, barrage, cardiac overdrive. Where's Heesang's barrage come from? Eyes on Heesang here, they just don't see him. Is Malga still meta? I don't know for sure, but I think probably not. I think probably not. I think Spark's Tracer is better than Merit's. I think we saw actually crazy impressed by Spark's Tracer. A few of the ones we saw like in the scrims and stuff. Take on this patch. I've not actually seen any scrims or anything, so all my takes are pure theoretical. But it probably feels like Winston and Ram are the biggest beneficiaries on paper, and maybe Malga the biggest. Malga the one who gets the biggest nerf. All right, so this play does feel a little bit telegraphed, right? Just in terms of like, if I'm Crazy Raccoon and I see the big man barreling down main at me, You know? Like, I think doing this push is fine. I don't know if there's just like an element of like, oh, they're just kind of gone already, you know? And they don't get eyes on Heesang, and Heesang drops for fucking for one bop. And now the payload's moving, and it's an awkward decision for Toronto. Ninja Boy asks, Falcons didn't lose a single map with Hambin on tank. Why didn't they play him more, especially when Smurf had so many questionable plays? I don't know. We're going to rewatch the Falcons Crazy Raccoon series at some point. Because I feel like the same. We were watching some old games where Hambin was playing Orisa as well, and there was an element of actually, is he just better? I don't know. Next meta, I reckon we see a bit of a revert, right? A bit more Ram. Back when it was Ram meta, I think we see more of that. Dive's still relevant, I reckon. Might see a little bit of variation, obviously, with all the band stuff. Alright, so they conceded to the low ground here. Just a very awkward position for Toronto. They are underneath the cart. Merit's dropped down aggressively behind them. They're going to regroup. Kitsune Rush is being traded. Chorong gets caught. Classic Chorong client moment. Dies with B in this important fight. Disengage to high ground. Well, they actually don't disengage to the other side. They're trying to flip the map. Yeah, I think different ideas there from Crazy Raccoon about whether it was a reset or die on point, but I think like they kind of conceded it. Chorong dies first every fight, just saying. Fuck. Maybe we swap Chorong and Vega's position on the power rankings? That'd be uncontroversial, I reckon. Chio up a tier. Or would it not just be Chorong down a tier? And there's just no such thing as a tier 1 main support. Alright. How does Heesang even die here? Just on the rotation. Alright, so if we go back to their own high ground. Should just get bullied back here. Vega is camping top. Alright, and looks pretty okay from Toronto Defiant so far. A bad first point. Are they going to force point again? Lip's going to high noon on the point. They're dropping into him. How does Sugar Free die? Yeah, it's just, I guess it's obviously Lippy does like 90% of the damage, but just a hot take. Swings way too wide versus a high noon. Cage beat a barrage up top. They've just got the ults to win it, right? They've just also got B, also got Cage. Their barrage obviously goes off and they just have a Farah damage advantage. Then he got booped out further. It looks like it was just him moving, no? But yeah, when they get a pick like that, it was a boop. Was it Chorong? You think? Like he hits it. It's like at the same time Sugar Free hits shift, right? But then just massive ult advantage and yeah. And that's a shame, right? Because it's just like a small thing at the start of a fight after stabilizing for a long time. But it's actually still a fat time bank really on Hollywood third point. I think both things happened wilder, so I don't know how much of it was really in his control or not. It just feels like this is the same thing that happened on first point, right? Where Heesang is just in like a power position, really trying to dominate and hold aggressive space and make their lives really hard. And Sugar Free just seems to be playing within like the sort of contains of his team, if you want to call it that. We're going to Kitsune Rush anyway, but it's just, I mean, it's just a problem, right? The nature of these Malga mirrors is the nature of these Malga mirrors is because it's so like front to back Overwatch in terms of you just brawl as 5 people brawling 5 people. If you ever have just like your Pharah just dies before a fight, your Cass just dies before a fight or something, or before your Kyriot trade, you're just at such a big disadvantage. It's hard to recover from. So Sugar Free's gonna force the barrage here. Good barrage from Sugar. All right, good stabilization for combo hits. All right.
You still have to be pretty happy about your progress, right? You know, a minute 30 off the clock, you're putting yourself in the spot where the card is in a just one fight and it goes in your favor, and you actually get a match.
All right, so now beats a piece.
2 minutes left. 2 dead eyes up.
Strong dies next fight. Are you from the future? All right, again we see like it just feels again more. Oh, what word I would use. More creative, more expansive, right? The fact that we high noon swing from left at the same time our Pharah's going to swing from right. Like we're clearly, Heesang's clearly looking to try and boop someone in quite aggressively or disrupt this in quite a big way, you know? A very like positive play. Like in football or something, you'd say like, right now it feels like Toronto are playing negative and Crazy Raccoon are playing very positive Overwatch. Either way, though, high noons kind of just stabilize each other out. We actually see Shu even TP2 Heesang here to try and support in this position. Heesang's going to take 1 billion damage. Vega's going to beat back. Chorong doesn't quite have it yet, so they try and disengage it. The real question is, did we need to beat? And the answer kind of just has to be no, right? Oh, Sugar Free's won, someone's won. It feels so bad to have to beat in a situation. We got Cardiac Overdrive going. Everyone is... On the positive versus negative. Yeah, I think sometimes what happens is when, if things are going... It can happen for, like, a multitude of reasons, but if things are going badly, or you're just low confidence for one reason or another, I think what can happen for a lot of players and a lot of teams is they start playing a little bit more within themselves, you know? They don't make plays, they don't feel like they can take angles or make their own stuff happen. They'll probably flank a little bit less. They'll just kind of default to team a little bit more. They'll just kind of default to peeking from just behind their tank or something. Whereas I think when you're playing high confidence and when you're playing with, I guess, a positive mindset, all these sort of things you're quite happy to do, you know? You're quite happy to do what Heesang does, where he just swings right by himself and he trusts that he can play in that position or that his team will pocket him out of it if he gets in trouble, you know? And that is the hardest type of Overwatch to play against, when everyone's doing things on good timing from different spots. Really hard to react properly to that. And it feels like at the moment Toronto aren't making as many of those plays. I think Shu is putting so much into helping Heesang as RuPaul. Yeah, I'm not sure, because there's also a weird thing here where they actually just lose the health trade a little bit, right? Like someone's kind of forced to run out. But this just ends up being, again, like a mistiming, right? Like someone runs out and we beat. We'd say the same thing about like a Winston jumps out as we nano him. We've cooked it a little bit here, right? And obviously it looks bad for Vega, but there's also like, this is like a 50-50 one. Where it's like, who's not communicated what they're doing or what they need to do, you know? But just different page. Reminds you of when LeBron said sports is like 80% mentality. Yeah, I think so. There's like it's really hard because you see it. The most obvious example you get in Overwatch, and maybe this is maybe just obvious if you coach for London Spitfire and die for a period of time, is but when it's like an Anna Brig Winston mirror, your Anna Brig actually does have to play with confidence. You know, they have to be willing to stand in positions they know they will get dived, but trust their ability to peel properly or survive the EMP or clutch out or defensive line or whatever it is. But sometimes what happens if you play against a team of all Korean players and they run your shit for 3 to 6 months, you can start playing really scared and conservative. And You're not peeking as aggressively. You're playing more defensive positions. But what happens then is everything gets worse because you just start playing too far back and you don't have any positive impact. You're just playing. You're playing not to lose rather than to win the game. And then it just actually makes it way more likely that you do in fact lose the game. So then they have the B coming back in, and it's just over. Yeah, and I mean this is what I think Sugar Free's problem is that when you look at like the people above him, like there's Heesang, there's Stalker, even like Kevin Psycho, you know. I'd actually put all of these players above him. I mean, I think Alpha Yi, right? Because we were talking about Esports World Cup, Alpha Yi. I think all of these people find themselves above Sugar Free. I think the problem is that if you're Toronto, your aspirations are to beat all these teams, you know? So I think on Tracer is the one where Sugar Free's the most competitive, for sure. But I think especially once we get to, like, Farah and maybe Genji and Echo, suddenly a lot of these players above him have a better version of that hero. And that's a really hard problem to solve, right? Yeah, I put Proper in this group as well. I've only not included him just because for the most part he's not playing it in as many situations. But I put Proper in this same category as well. You don't know about Genji? Yeah, I mean, there's probably like an argument that I've not seen Psycho play Genji in a while, right? So I don't really know where I'd put that in the list. But like Kev Genji, Proper Genji, even Heesang Genji has looked like really impressive. Maybe Sugar Free's close from that, but would you really say Sugar Free's above any of these players? And I think that's where it gets hard. What even? We have walked to the choke. Someone's taken a bit too much damage. We're going to top him up. And Crazy Raccoon, this is so aggressive from Crazy Raccoons. Fuck. Yeah, and it just feels like they just so quick to recognize that. Like, I don't think, like, someone's technically made a mistake here, right? But I don't think someone is even... Someone thinks he's made a mistake, right? He's aware he's made a mistake and he needs to play slow and get healed up, right? So you see him just full D-peak, wait for this. But Crazy Raccoons are so quick, they're just like, oh, he's fucking inted. They actually just see, like, and they recognize that this is a big enough advantage to push with. And they just do it, right? And we talk about, like, negative and positive Overwatch. Like, this is fucking... We have a small advantage. We're confident we can push on it and get a bigger advantage, you know? And they're fucking right. And they're going to catch everyone for it. And it's just a free first fight. All the ult charges going to swing their way slightly. Yeah, I think you're right, Wilder. I think very few teams, if any, would go off that. All right, trying to make the move again.
This choke is so deadly for the attackers to make their way through it. Crazy Raccoon are forcing Toronto Defiant to sort of hang around there.
Just trying to bully him. You see, they just sort of notice Vega's a little bit split, right? So again, there's like a just a slight miscommunication about how we're taking this choke or how we're taking the fight. Vega's going to... To be fair, actually, Vega on the angle gets the pick. And Lip gets caught. They underappreciated it. So they're going to beat and barrage forward actually here. So they're really trying to double down to save their mistake. Or to not even a mistake really, I guess. Just save Vega's play. Oh. They pocket him through it. Alright, so respawn's coming through. Crazy Raccoon actually now in an ult disadvantage because they tried to clutch that fight. Barrage around the corner. Alright. They've nailed this one a couple of times, haven't they, Toronto? A pretty classic. Just cardiac overdrive. Focus for Mauga. Mauga doesn't have a lot of great counterplay for it. How does Lip get away with this? Where is Lip?
You win that fight. But did
Can anyone see? That's Shu and Chirong.
you give up the next
Farah on the left-hand side of the screen. But where is Lip? He's pressing high noon now. But where from? Oh, he's on high ground. We can see his outline. And then he drops, he catches RuPaul. Then he catches, then they scary on point. Oh, they try and beat, but it's not in time to save Sugar Free. And Lip's just gonna kill everyone. Fuck. Yeah. Alright, now we are low on time. Probably low on a lot of things. Kitsune Rush though, okay. Kitsune Rush. Again, it just feels like they just 3-2-1 Kitsune Rush around the corner, you know? So it's just like, again, it just feels in like the early category here. And it's like so easy. Like if I'm Crazy Raccoons, the decision's easy. Like, do we just disengage it? Yeah, we'll just walk away. It's no problem, you know. So now we've used Kitsune Rush. We get ourselves on point. We get decent space, and they do chase down Heesang while they do this. To be fair, so it might still work out from here. They're gonna come back. Jumper's gonna take loads of damage. Just gonna die for it. Yeah. So the Heesang pick, it ends up being what saves it for him. But again, it just still feels a little bit too easy to disengage some of these. Heesang is now hiding with Barrage. Do they know? Has anyone seen a Farah anytime soon? Oh, now we see the Farah. So Cage, as they push in aggressively, Heesang's going to barrage, Sugar Free's going to barrage. They trade 2 for 2, but Vega is on the point, so they're kind of not really 3v3 in this fight. Even just stuff like this, you know what I mean? Like, this is just, like, right now in this moment, this is just a 3v3, right? And if you were to read, like, Crazy Raccoon, they only have, like, one idea in their mind, you know? And it feels like they know in these situations, like, this is a really, like, a 50-50 situation, right? Quite literally, it's a 3v3, kind of like a weird space for it. So there's a decision here. Because what you could do if you're one team, like maybe especially if you're Crazy Raccoons, and you would just play slow and hold for high ground, right? I think that's the sort of decision we'd maybe make on London. But Crazy Raccoon, you can see there's no doubt in their mind what type of team they are and what their decision in these moments is, you know? And they just push forward. And they get all the kills for it. By which I mean lip ints. Jumpin's come back on Doom, which seems like a I don't know why he's done this necessarily. I don't know if he thought he was coming back for a late fight. Just harassing. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Just got bored. Yeah, I don't really know how RuPaul dies here, right? Because it's Vega who cops the punch in the face. They get out of it, and somehow Heesang's just found a pick from downtown. And obviously, without that source of healing, everything's going to get real hard real quickly. Vega's good for one, though. A classic Lucio gap once again. Was that doubled, or are you high? It sounded alright to me. But now you've entered the idea of doubt in my head, I'm feeling the doubt, you know? Alright, so Winston swap. Plenty of time for this. Can play through point. Sugar Free's going to go Tracer as well. I think really reasonable. I think, to be fair to Toronto as well, this retake when you're the attacking team, really, really hard to go up this elevator and take the high ground fight. I think by swapping to a Tracer for this part of the map and just being able to force and play through payload load more, actually would have been like a really reasonable swap the entire time. It was normal? Okay. Should be treated as a false Ajax kill. No, let's give Pad Sander a pass on this one on the basis that they're probably just, you know, suffering some kind of brain damage. Oh, Chichawa did time out Pad Sander though. Where is Mapino? Wait, can I do it? Do I can do it. Hold on. Oh, I nearly clicked on ban. Yeah. Wait, I nearly clicked on Wilder. Guys, honestly, don't type, because they're all in a row. Like, the icons for me... Oh, wait, fuck. I pressed wrong button. But the icons for me are just like this, right? All the timeout ones line up. And whenever somebody types, they all just move up, you know? So it's like, just so we're aware, it's like a skill thing for me. I think I got it. I got it. There we go. But the first one, it was trigger discipline from me, because I nearly just banned Wilder. Alright. Yeah, I lost our place because I pressed the wrong bind. Alright, isn't this... Oh, we got to where they swapped to Winston, right? They swapped to Winston Tracer, and this is kind of where we were. Alright, Bubbling to take high ground. Jumper's going to try and push them back. They hold it for now. And Sugar Free's managed to find the kill here onto Chirong. They actually Kitsune Rush for this as well. Oh, they're going to Kitsune Rush to live here. Can they find any kills? Oh my god. Fuck. How does Jumbin not die? How is it reasonable that in this situation... Jumbin's about to get 2 kills? Oh, they're just so low, aren't they? Fuck, and then they use Kitsune Rush for it as well. And now... The fucking body block. Yeah, I don't know why they try and clutch there. There's no reason to, and there's no need to. Yeah. They've got the trade and they've got time for another fight. Now, ironically, they're not actually... Because they try and clutch that one, now they're not going to get time for a proper one. Chirong has gone to spawn and died as well, though. Wait. Crazy Raccoon's running to spawn and dying. Winnable? Wait. Vega's got it. Vega just needs to win this 1v3. Doesn't win the 1v3. No touch. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, this is the one, this is the one we fought. You know, like, as much as I'm very much, like, not on the same page with the Vega hate as a lot of people. I did think this series in particular was, like, his weakest performance, for a while. Oh, like, yeah. But it's also, again, like, maybe it sounds like code, but it's, like, first major LAN match, fucking happens, you know? Because some of my case was also, when we watched this one, Toronto versus Ents. Now, this won't actually be that bad a performance at all from the boys. Because this one's interesting as well, right? Because one thing we learned throughout the course of the event is everybody loses to fucking Crazy Raccoon, right? There wasn't a single team. Falcons were the only team to make them bleed, right? So losing to Crazy Raccoon is maybe just par for the course. But this is the one where actually Toronto over Ents, probably power rankings, scrim form, all of this, pretty evenly matched, right? Coming into it. But you would expect that this particular matchup that we see on our screens right now is obviously where Toronto, in theory, have like the dramatic advantage, you know? And this is important for Toronto as well, because this type of team is going to exist at the Esports World Cup. Their name is also going to be Ents. And I think in a really similar vein, I think actually SSG, like Toronto's path past Ents is probably similar to their path past SSG, and their path past TM, and their path past, fucking hard to say path past as much, but their path past TM, also Virtus Pro, and probably also to all the European teams, right, actually probably sit in this category, whereas Toronto should be able to play dive into Brawl and win that, presuming the meta isn't particularly one way favoured or the other. But anyway, I'm going to grab a drink and then we can look at this in a little bit more detail. But yeah, so far, I don't feel like I've learnt anything, seen anything that isn't, what would you call it? Just kind of shifted my opinion too far. I feel like it was a pretty poor performance from Toronto. Across the board, really. I don't think there's anyone who really had a good performance there. But we'll see. I'll be right back. All right. What are we feeling? I'm not an SSG fan, but the gap between Astro and other Western main support is colossal. Yeah. I think Astro is truly in a tier of his own, Western-wise, right? Obviously, Chirong and Chio up there as well. People aren't ready for Rack. Yeah, I thought Rack's had a really good season. Obviously, he gets a bit of, I guess, like, just general hate, but I think... I think he's actually had a really solid season. I've been one of the better players on NRG. And I'm excited to see how he does at the Esports World Cup. Hope it's good for him. As everyone knows, he is a nice guy. Alright, Ents v Verano. Whoa. What's happened? I've missed the first fight. Who's the worst player on NRG then? Who's on that roster? Wait, it's probably PGE, right? Yeah, it's actually PGE. Because his role is like... I think it's actually true. because his rolls are so much harder. Like, everyone has a crazy hit scan, right? And PG, I think he's decent. Like, he's an okay hit scan, but he's just an okay hit scan. You know? But I think Cal and Rack have been one of the better backlines. I'm not maybe as much on the Infected hype train. I think he needs more time. And I think Scissors is obviously really good, right? I think most people would probably have Scissors pegged as their best player. Don't think that one's in the hot take category. All right, let's crack a fucking another one. Crack a fucking another one and get into this one. Oh, off top. Do we know if yes, yeah, all the group games will be streamed. What is likely to happen is the games will happen at the same time. So, you know, there might be a Group A game going on at the same time as Group B. So there will be multiple streams, but they will all be streamed from what I understand. So, yeah.
The DPS lineups on both of these teams that make a little bit of a difference here with the Ashe versus the Cassidy, but those backlines are so different.
I mean, I love this Ashe pick. Not a pick we usually.
All right.
Maybe that's one of the reasons.
All right, that's one way to deal. In theory, Enter's comp has no way to deal with the Ashe. Unless Kai just clicks on their face. Which, oh, that's one way to deal with it. Are you gonna do a Soccer Saturday thing? Yeah, probably something like that. Something like that. Oh, we'll figure it out once the actual details are confirmed, because I don't actually know what the official plan is. All I know are whispers, you know? I've been watching fucking... What do they call it in... I've been watching House of Dragon. What do they call it? The something of whispers. You know, there's like the hand to the king. And then there's like the people who are like... What's it called? Like the something of coin? Is it just like the Chancellor of coin? Master of Whispers? Yeah, maybe Master of Coin, Master of Whisperers. Maybe I'm a Master of Whispers right now. That's what I'm hearing. Coin? Oh, for fuck's sake. Have you seen the Timeless versus NRG stats? I've not. Oh, you weren't even talking to me. Fair enough. I'll butt out. I'll stop intruding on everyone else's conversation. Master of Bitcoin. Master of Scrimbox. It's always about me. Honestly, I kind of thought it was. Alright, so... okay, they're going to go for a dive. Booped back by someone while Kev's forces point. Lamp is 4. Someone's got... he misses for Mega. But he's killed Ghost. And the trade should be good. And Sugar Free will clean everything up. Alright, alright, alright. Just because I'm streaming doesn't mean we are here from you? I feel like it does, Cuba. I feel like it does, but... I mean, I've been wrong before, and it clearly seems like I'm wrong on this occasion, too. Alright, that's going to swap to the Malga. Alright. They get through the first choke for free. Then they get naded. But where's the go, you know? I can't remember. Actually, this was actually on our Patreon Q&A, so nobody would have watched it yet because it would have been impossible. But I think actually, so much of Overwatch is just about timing, right? Just about timing, and we just see little things there, like where it's just like, we hit the nade, but what are we fucking doing with it, you know? Like, cool. We've naded from downtown, but no one was quite ready to peek or something. Now, because there's no nade, actually, Ents feel really happy to poke their heads out. Because now, could you imagine if a nade comes down now? Now Ents have managed to walk for relatively free. But someone is still here, has the primal. Oh, they did trade for backline still, though. Sugar Free good for it. They're gonna double down here.
Someone just as insurance. But that's because
And they give their guy.
Ball's gonna go down after that point, and even though Defiant were able to get that
Yeah, they managed to scan the distance. Are you scamming your patrons right now? No, because we actually had a much longer conversation about that and the most important things in Overwatch. So
really alive for this series. Someone's gonna switch off.
what's my favorite cheese? Brie. Brie.
Seen this combination before from Toronto Defiant using the nano.
I could eat brie forever. Brie and crackers all the time. Basic? Grow up. It's just fucking delicious.
But here's the bomb from Merritt.
Whoa.
But here's the bomb from Merritt. Like a Doomfist.
What even happens here? So everything's under control.
Some really
RuPaul is in the window.
But here's the bomb from Merritt.
RuPaul drops to main. They window onto someone. Kai again just... Kai's just fucking dinking them today. By today, I mean a couple of months ago. Actually, I've had brown cheese as well, right? So, okay. Wait, Reflect, are you... Apologies if I get this wrong, but are you Norwegian? So, I have... One of my oldest friends is a person I met in TF2. And they are also Norwegian. And semi-recently, my fiance went to Norway with her friend. And I asked my friend, who was Norwegian, what's the like thing to try in Norway? And they recommended brown cheese. They were like, it's fucking delicious. It's the best thing, blah, blah, blah. So my fiance and her friend, they go to Norway. They get some brown cheese from the supermarket on this recommendation. Not impressed at all. So then Christmas comes round. I'm going down to our local cheese market and I see, what do they have in the selection? They have fucking brown cheese. So I hit the brown cheese. I'm hyped for it. My friend has told me it's so good, even though my fiance and her friend didn't like it. I'm like, no, I trust my friend. It's going to be delicious. She told me it was going to be so fucking delicious. It's the best thing to have. I have it. Not that impressed. I don't know what Norwegians see in it. I don't know. I'm sorry, Reflect, but I don't know what Norwegians see in it. I'm not convinced by it. Brown cheese's peak? I don't know. Not for me. It's bad, can't lie. Oh, it seems like it's quite a divisive cheese because we got some people on both sides of this. You're not human. Can you put brown cheese on pizza? I mean, I guess you could, but I think the way I was told it was normally served was more of like a dessert cheese almost, right? Rather than like a replacement for like a cheddar or something. It's sweet, yeah. Like it's like slightly sweet. You had it on sliders earlier this week. It was quite nice. Yeah, I had it just on like I had it kind of just on its own or with like crackers, not with much else. In the end, because obviously I didn't want to waste the cheese, even though I wasn't a huge fan. So I think I mainly ended up having it with like a bit of like onion chutney and crackers with it. It's good and bad at the same time. Your favorite cheese is Sebastian. Fucking drum roll for that one. Mascarpone does go on pizza, no? No, that's mozzarella I'm thinking of. 98 Gox is right. Wait, do you not get like ham and mascarpone? I swear, Audi not have like a ham and mascarpone one? Can we get a cheese tier ranking going? Surely we don't have time for this level of detour because this if we open the door to cheese, which we kind of have already, we could be here forever. I don't know if I've even tried that. You know what the problem I have with trying cheeses is, right? Is I go to a I go to like my local cheese shop. And what I'll do is I'll just look at a few cheeses and go, that one looks nice, that one's got a cool name, that one sounds interesting. I'll take the selection of cheeses, I'll eat the selection of cheeses, and be like, that was fucking delicious. And what I don't do at any point is try and take stock of the name of the cheeses that I liked or didn't like, right? So I just enjoyed some, don't remember what they were called, don't remember what they are. Probably never get to eat them again because I can't remember the name. And that's my system. I'm not saying it's perfect, but that's my system. The only one I remember the name of is because it's my fiance's favorite, and it's called Old Smoky. It's like a smoky cheddar, as you might gather from the name, and it's fucking incredible. Buy that one every single time. Sucker for Old Smoky. Anyway, Ensa died. Because this really seems like Ensa won the fight, because they've immediately killed RuPaul, they dealt with the Bob. The bash is good from Vega. Merit swings with it as well. Now they've just got the high ground. And this is the inherent problem with playing Brawl on this part of the map, is once you get on that staircase, it's so scary to go to the lower side of point, even without Viana. They still win the fight.
Even just in that last fight, Sola very well known for the Sigma, able to help protect one of these.
Alright, so now they go Sigma, so it's a bit easier to block the nade. Not that they've really had too many problems with nade, honestly. Doom Punch comes in the back. Vessler is just fucking walking. I feel like Vessler's really, like, Vessler dies here, right, surely? I know they're hiding to make space, but I feel like there's just a moment. Can someone come in behind or something? Or, like, maybe not because of a high noon. Now they swing back. Pressure comes in. RuPaul's looking for the nade. Does he just nade himself in the end? Does it get blocked? Oh, yeah, he just has to nade himself. Then they keep everyone alive. Pulse Bomb was a miss. Meteor Strike. Sugar Free, and someone's trying to find the timing. Kaya's boops out. They found the timing, though. Well, they found the targets between them, at least. And the dive is good in the end. Again, felt a little bit easy for him to walk out, honestly. What are we spamming now? Is this... I'm being told by a tier 2/3 tank friend of mine that they were rolling everyone on Malga, Sig, Diva, Winston, and anything gets rolled apparently. I call it bait, but I don't know. Thoughts? Message either got lost in cheese debate or you don't want to answer, which I get, lol. I think, unfortunately, I was in the middle of a brown cheese story, as I often am. Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think a lot of stuff works in tier 2 and 3. I'm hopefully going to get to watch some scrims next week, so maybe I'll know. What's this tweet? It's just a super tweet?
Where did that cute blonde from yesterday go?
Oh,
Bring her
that
back.
was me.
Great. Great. Why are you linking me this, Wilder? Huh? Justify this. Why did you have this ready to go in your copy? You did not mean to? Why did you have this copy and pasted, huh? Just spam me. Just saved by expulsion. Wait, do you know what I've just been linked as well? Someone's just linked me this. Hold on. Can you see? Why did I tweet this? You're not fooling me again. Who in the chat right now is the person also watching Obedient Girl? Is it? Do you think it's Wilder again? Wilder, if this is you, just don't say anything. We make similar. I mean, I've never watched Obedient Girl, to be fair, so I don't know if maybe our content does actually overlap massively. Someone remind me at the end. We can raid her. Can we get some live smut reading on stream? Some ASMR smut reading. I mean, I know what I'm in for if I see a Jkaru tweet, so I'm sure this one will be. Yeah, this is about what I expected. This is about what I expected. Did someone tag? Can somebody tag Sparker in this? When was this? 12th of July? That's today. Alright, on to Busan. Sanctuary. Hey, Brooklyn.
I don't mind this whatsoever. It's been a comp that's been used sporadically. It's really nice, but the problem is you get rotated on extremely quickly, and there we go. I don't mind.
Alright, so... Yeah, I mean, we actually talk about this on the latest Uncoachable because we have Cass on, and was like, why didn't you pick fucking Ilios, bro? Just pick fucking Ilios, bro. Some of their defense was that they're confident in. They were really confident in this comp, but I'm not actually a Bull, Zen, and a believer in this map. I feel like you can just beat it with a Lucio comp. He had a good defense. Yeah, I mean, I think Ilios is still better. Honestly. I think, who was it? Chris maybe said on the episode as well. Obviously, it's easy to hindsight. Hindsight. Don't pick that map, bro. Pick a different map and you would have won. But yeah, I think I still a believer in the Ilios pick. Because they make a really aggressive move here onto Vega and he just gets caught. It's maybe a question of like, why is Vega still so close? Yeah, he kind of ends up just... Yeah, he ends up too close. He doesn't rotate quickly enough. Then someone comes in for the trade. The nade's actually massive from RuPaul. Someone will trade one. Now they're coming from all angles. Trade is good.
Even though Vega kind of acted as the bait, someone is able to take them up on that offer, get those big picks, and this is one of the only points.
Now it's just a bit of a dogfight, but pocket onto the Tracer. Bull should be good. Or Sugar Free giving it to Kev. It's a stalemate. So they still actually don't have control of the point despite getting those trades. They're trying to rotate left now as well. They're going to walk into... Vega's going to kind of walk into them here. So hard to spectate this map sometimes. But the dive looks good again, to be fair. Sugar Free and someone have got value every fight so far. And this is maybe a bit of what we were saying on Coachable as well, right? In like a, are someone in Sugar Free playing particularly better here? Or is it just better heroes for them, potentially? You know? Like when we saw someone on Doom on the previous map. Was it just, some of it just better heroes? Alright, the Mines is really early on the rotate here. Doesn't look like they've been able to get too much out of it, though. And it's just a question of like, if they want to go here, right? Someone wants to mine here, so are they ready to go? Because I feel like if this was Florida Mayhem, like, fuck, Arana's just doing something wacky, like peeking from coast or something. Maybe my soldier's even going to walk in behind or something. There's just, like, way more pressure on these mines in this moment. Vessel's going to hit the rock, because of course he does, because he's Vessel and he's playing Sigma. But they don't actually get anything from these mines. And now what? Visor soon, Transcendent soon, Nano soon. Alright, so they're going to try and rotate in. They're just going to beat to keep going against keeps him alive from his visor as well, and they're just chasing him down. And they just don't get far enough quickly enough, right? Like, I feel like it's probably like RuPaul to have moved a little bit quicker as well. But I also feel like I actually want Merit on like a bigger flank than this or something. I want somebody on it, right? Like if it's the Zen, it's probably really fine as well. But I think the fact that our Soldier and Anna just end up kind of on this same angle, not doing all that much, doesn't feel great. Then Kai's able to slide in. They get 2 kills with this, so they engage on 1 target, they get 2 for 1. You compare it to the first fight, right, where they go all in, and they do get Vega immediately their ends, but that's the only kill they get when they get traded out, you know? This time they're able to get 2. It just becomes a little bit easier to stabilize. Obviously, the beat is the best ult in this matchup for Ents, so they would really hope to win that fight. Alright, coming back, Visor Transcendence, Cass for Merit here. It's a bit of a weird choice because it feels like it plays a little bit against some of the playstyle here. Because he's going to maybe be a little bit more attached to his backline. But I think there's still a way you can play it, and that's reasonable. Right, Nade comes in onto Vessler. Trying to walk forward. They've just found a pick there, boop, into a Vega finish. And now Vessler's going to flux in what can only be considered a hot take. And this was a free retake. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree necessarily with the hold. I don't know what Ence's plan is here, right? Like, where's the trap? Because what you want is you want everything to be super wide and all of the map in play if you're Toronto. So it felt like they just got out a little bit too easily, you know? Like, they just kind of walk up and force Vessler back. They've managed to get space on this right-hand side of the map, which feels like it should have been harder in some form. And then Vessler's going to drop the world's most optimistic flux. Alright, they window to try and retake it. But they de-peek it, though. Merit's nanoed up here. Will be forced out. Now Kai's coming. Oh! He's so low. They trade 1 for 1. Mine's on point. They've killed for backline, though. Transcendence doesn't go off. I didn't see what happens, though, right? Like, Ghost just finds the pick. Just wins the duel, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Vega. We can't see anything of it. He just gets fucking... He's half HP. Just gets fucking finished off by Ghost. Yeah, I know. They have it for the retake at least, but it's like a really hard ult to get consistent value out of in this type of matchup. Alright, so last time they were actually able to get in relatively free. We were able to take this right inside of the map with Vega and Sugar Free. No real problem. And it looks like they're going to try and do the same here. Sugar Free clearing the way for his boys. Pressure onto Vess. Recall forced. Yeah, everything just happening in front of them for now. Oh, Kevster, he's just found a way through. He gets the kill and he forces the Transcendence. For hiding, he gets nothing as well. It's just done, isn't it? Kevster's just decimated the backline. Alright, so this is the matchup. This is the one we maybe felt like Toronto struggled the most with, right? Because it was for Malga and the Genji. But no struggles here, they just go. Let's see it again. So Malga slam in. Catches Kevster and Master of all people. So actually couldn't ask for a larger amount of value from this slam. Lamp not in time for anyone. And alright, easy first one. Yeah, you missed the great cheese debate. Come on. Alright. So we're going to try and walk out of a choke here. Someone's looking to box him in again. Slam comes through. He goes super deep with this one. They take the back step. Sugar Free's going to keep going forward. And they do separate him. All right. Trade seem okay. Shame they lost someone, but yeah.
Someone's just driving right into the enemy lines to be able to help out with that isolation too.
What should the Sigma do when the Malga charges in? So, let's see if I can get a good pause screen. Kind of what Vestler's doing now. So if we... What happens when the Malga goes in is what you want to do is for Sigma is you want to stop anyone else getting value, right? So you put your shield here or something, so you kind of make it hard, especially for like... What you want is for Cass to just have to walk and either kill your shield, or have to try and walk past it and commit quite hard, right? And then what you want to do afterwards is, in this moment here, after the charge ends, you want to try and rock the Malga. Presumably the Malga's going to be pressing Cardiac Overdrive as well, so you want to rock the Malga, and then you want to Matrix as much of his, just as much of his left click and right click to stop him getting the lifesteal off. And then you hope that you can actually do enough damage to the people engaging in that moment. Which is kind of what you see Vessler do here, right? You can see he didn't have rock, clearly. I think he must have used it beforehand. But you can see he's just trying to Matrix for Malga, trying to isolate it all here, right? And the thing for the Malga team is to figure out, like, which bit's killable. Did you connect with the backline? Kind of like Toronto did in the first fight, where you connect well enough with the backline, you can just fucking commit and kill them. Or can you just kind of... You bully the backline back with your stomp because you're scary, and then do we just kill the Sigma or stuff instead, right? And this is why Venture, the version that Falcons played, the Venture Genji is so good, because the Venture is so good into the Sigma. Which is, you know, kind of what they do here, right? Sugar Free just boxes them back, they're all scared, and they're able to clean up the fight. And in theory, with the Malga changes as well, obviously this was on the old patch, but with the current Malga changes, this type of playstyle should be even more effective because the Cardiac Overdrive lasts for a shorter amount of time as well. Alright, so Kev's is forced to dash out early. Move it forward with High Noon. Get everyone out. And they kill someone. Yeah, I think if I'm someone... It's maybe actually this way I want to go. Maybe it's kind of hard, but yeah. He tries to go, like, the long way out. But there, after they get that Malga kill, everything's straightforward. Shouldn't invest any more ults. And Ents will get the retake. Alright, so big open map. Want to keep kiting here. Oh, big damage on the choke, actually. They forced an early Suzu as well, and this will make someone's life a little bit harder. Right, there comes the slam. Again, you see the step back. They keep Kai up. They beat. But again, we get these situations. If you ever press the beat button and it's just a beat to live, it ends up being shit. You need to, especially on this comp where your comp is primarily a push comp. We want our pushes, our beats, and our support ults to actually be aggressive and engage on stuff and all of this, you know? Whereas in reality, we've now sort of used 2 support ults in exchange for a beat and High Noon, which is just not great, you know? Just not great. Hence, are going to repush now with Flux. Vesta's going to brute. But Kevster is not going to brute the blade. He is going to chop everyone up. And that's like the big ult fight that they've really... This is a really hard situation to recover from now. Was it K-Jax as well? Fuck. Oh yeah. Why does he pop it? Oh my god. Fuck. And I think that's an important thing to note here from like watching these games again. Is actually, when we've seen like Sugar Free on Tracer and someone on, I think Winston, but also on Sigma as well, like when he played against Crazy Raccoons, they actually still look the real deal, right? They look like as good as maybe we remember them from like EWC and Face It. And I think there's just an element of like when you're playing in these high pressure games or high stake games, or when you're playing against better opposition, being able to play heroes now at your most comfortable is really important. And I think it ends up being a big difference maker if you can get your players on this. Can we get a Cage Jacks check? Where even is he? Yeah, it's got to be a Jax, right? It's got to be a Jax.
That was so expensive, but what a great reaction from Kai to use the Deadeye just to help try to push back this team after RuPaul used the Kitsune Rush. Now I'm gonna go over to the back.
So yeah, the Ram swap is reasonable as well. And they do have Blade, so it's like a winnable fight, but it's hard. Why wouldn't they try to mirror? Because I think they do have disadvantage, right? Like, actually, as much as I think Sigma is one of someone's best heroes, I mean, you got to just say, like, Vet is better at it, right? This is part of the anti-Ilios, or the Ilios versus Busan conversation we had with Kasaurus, right? Is that the problem for Toronto is they fuck up for Sanctuary, right? And now they have to go to Mecha Base. And Ents are fucking laughing, you know? Ents are so happy with this situation. Like, oh, we got to play a Mecha Base to see who wins first map? Fucking great. Whereas on Ilios, when can they play Sigma? Maybe Ruins, right? But yeah. And again, if I'm Toronto, my way past these teams, flexibility. Can we put ourselves in situations where we can make the most use out of that flexibility? But Sugarfree's got the Blade. Again, if they're going to get the kill, maybe it's okay. It's still... They're going to get traded. It feels just really early again, right? Like, they're running. Like, Sugarfree's going to cross this distance, but there's no way his team is with him, right? Like, Vega's there now, but where's, like, our slow is here, right? It just feels like, maybe some of what we've seen from Toronto throughout this event, of, like, we're just pressing everything a little bit early. They still get 2 kills out of it. It's kind of a dogfight. Will they win it? Probably. Oh. Oh, wait. Wait, Kevster exists. Wait. Fuck. I hate it when I remember Kevster exists. Yeah, I think this is just the best. Yeah, I did this. I did, the contract, I don't know. I mean, I guess that probably wasn't the whole contract they showed us, right? They just showed us the signature. But the kind of long and short of it is, like, I don't think... I'd be surprised if there's enough for it to hold up legally. Or if Pokerface would even proceed in that manner, right? I don't know if there's more to the contract, because maybe we just saw a little bit of it. But I feel like it's bad practice from Twisted Minds, and they've really fucking scammed them. But I don't know if Pokerface can do anything legally. But I'm also not a lawyer, so this is not legal advice. Would almost be suddenly be a huge pain in the arse from Pokerface. Yeah, because I think Pokerface probably, they are in the right, but it's also expensive to follow these things legally. What happened with Pokerface is, so Twisted Minds wanted to sign Faith, so they agreed to sign Faith, and they agreed to pay a transfer fee for Faith. And then a week later, they said, oh, actually, we want to trial for main support instead. Can we trial with Faith? And they were like, you've already agreed to the transfer fee, essentially. So that's not really how these things work, you know? Yeah, if they could do anything, they wouldn't run to a Twitter post. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Pokerface's hope is, right? Is that Pokerface are hoping that the public pressure will force them to get some kind of compensation from TM, like, to avoid any kind of drama. I think that's what they're hoping for from this, because I imagine, like, if push comes to shove, they're not going to press legal charges or anything. Yeah. Yeah, I think to be fair, I mean, the problem is, the piece of paper they showed us, 100% has a signature from Twisted Minds, or who we presume to be Twisted Minds, right? But we need to actually see like the contract. But it feels like if they agreed to pay the fee, they agreed to pay the fee, right? I don't know, but the nature of contracts like this and these kind of disputes is the devil is in the detail, like the actual wording of the main contract itself. Well, I think the idea is, that they agreed to pay the fee to transfer him, and then they're saying the fact Twisted Mind's reason for getting out of a contract was, oh, we weren't allowed to trial him. So it's like, Twisted Minds can probably argue that it says scrim and not trial, and argue like the fucking the difference of these things. What was that? Oh, nice. See, I mean, Twisted Minds are in the wrong, but I don't think Poker Face actually. I don't think anything will happen unless Twisted Minds choose to do something just as like a peace offering kind of deal, you know. But I think Twisted Minds, from the sounds of it, it sounds like Twisted Minds have said some things. I don't know. My instinct from this is that actually Twisted Minds are the one who have caused the confusion, right? Because why agree to a transfer fee for a player and then sign a piece of paper saying we'll pay this transfer fee for a player if you wanted to trial for the spot? It doesn't make any sense, does it? You know? Yeah, I agree there's probably a degree of language barrier here, but why sign a piece of paper saying we will transfer a player if all you wanted to do was trial them? Right? Seems like a weird thing to sign in that situation, you know? So I imagine Twisted Minds have if you were to say this is just hypothetical or guesswork, but I reckon what happened is Twisted Minds wanted to sign Faith, and they wanted to do it quickly because of a roster deadline, right? So what they do is they contact Poker Face and they try and rush this through, and they agree it, blah blah blah, and they're going to get Faith. And then what happens? Because this is where and this is just guesswork, but what if then what happens is Fnatic get Lee Jae Gong in, and then they realize Bliss becomes available. So then Twisted Minds change their mind, and maybe they want Bliss instead, and they want to maybe trial for the spot. So then Twisted Minds decide, oh, we did have a player, but now we actually want to see if Bliss is better. Maybe Bliss is better. Let's trial for the spot. And they just try and weasel their way out of the previous agreement so they can do that. I think that would be my guess at what's... That's all speculation, of course, right? All speculation. But that would be kind of my guess of what happened. And then, yeah. How can we get my opinion of a Superman movie set leaks? I don't know anything about them. But probably Poker Face's fault about the Superman movie set leaks. Blame on the other side in that one.
Narrowly missing that shot onto the back line. But now it's Toronto Defiant in full control.
But Ents can actually break out of here. They have the amplification matrix to help out with that just in case they need it.
Alright.
But coming down to the wire.
Window up. Just a disengage from Toronto. Seems okay. Now they're going to come back. Lots of ults about to come up for Ents. But Ents are getting boxed back in.
They don't want to play into this flux. They know that Vestal is going to have this soon, as well as both DPS ultimates.
There's some Flux. Oh! Good lamp. Beat over the top out. Need to find a kill with it. How does Sugar Free die here? Is he going to not get beat? Where is he? Oh, he's fighting point, right? I think I can see his shurikens. So he's fighting point so he doesn't get beat. And who kills him? And they kept his finishes. I mean, they probably have the ults to win it anyway, right?
We're here for it. We're here for
But yeah, a bad start.
fantastic Overwatch. And this was certainly a display of agility.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit hard to... I don't know if I'm looking at anyone in particular here in terms of, like, underperforming, overperforming. It just feels like all of Toronto are just off, right? Just timing's a little bit off. Plays aren't coming together. Yeah, ults still feel a little bit early on a lot of things. According to the roster on Esports World Cup website, Ghost isn't with ENCE for the Esports World Cup. Yeah, I thought Sky was going to play most of the games. I didn't think Ghost was off the roster, though. I thought he was just, like, benched or, like, less preferred. What's the Esports World Cup website? If I just type in Esports World Cup, it'll take me there, right? Where am I going? Games? Free Fire, Counter-Strike. Thanks, TVNT. Appreciate it, brother. Have I gone past it? I looked away for a second. Maybe. Overwatch 2. Then can I click on as Group A? Oh, what group are they in? What a long name. Wufeng.onceagain.lgd. Catchy as fuck. ENCE. I can't click on them here. Is there a way to get to the team? Aha, here we go. Oh yeah, no Ghost. You're right. Scroll down. We're moan on it too. We were asking fucking Big Will the other day, weren't we? He was fucking lying. Telly was lying as well. Fucking called him on it. Nice try, Will. Fucking liar. He said he was going? Oh. Am I just misremembering? I'll just keep flaming Will, actually, I think. Fucking liar. Will was lying so hard his pants were literally on fire. Yep. He said he was going but wouldn't say what team. Okay. Master's not leaving ENCE now, he's just not going to the Esports World Cup. So Rack has been signed very much in the same way Infected has been loaned to the X Timeless roster. Rack has been loaned to ENCE. With the Mirror thing as well, I presume Mirror is essentially coaching, but he's just on the roster in case of like some kind of emergency or something, you know. Rack is still denying it. Good. he's convinced me. He's convinced me. I mean, yeah, Mirror could play Winston for him as well, right? If they really need it. I mean, I think there's no harm. I don't know what the map pool is, but on some of the maps like Gibraltar or something, like, fuck it. You might as well try giving it a crack. Can't hurt, can it? Look at once again. Why am I there? I don't know, Will. Don't know, mate. You seem pretty convinced you weren't going, but there's a piece of evidence right in front of our eyes. Now you might indeed be going. Can you believe it or not? Wouldn't Chase play? Yeah, I don't think Chase can go. I don't think that's confirmed yet, but that's my suspicion. Looking at once again. Let's see. Yeah, all the players you'd expect. Guxuz. Old Guxuz. Who's playing BAP? Sky will just play everything for him, I think. Oh, Guxers. Is there anyone else? No one else has transfers, right? Any transfer rumors? No. 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 Any Pep signings? No. M80? No. Once again to take it all? I'm not convinced by that. Not convinced by that. Where are all the other signings? Surely Zeta signed someone, right? Fuck. And we guess they just signed Fearless. That's a reasonable signing. Savant to SSG? No, you guys have been tricked. Unbelievably, you guys have been tricked. Fnatic? All the people we expect. Thoughts on Smash to VP? Yeah, I'm a believer. We were talking about it the other day, I think when it was first announced, and Unter was full of praise for Smash coaching this. Because the initial question was, Smash maybe has more of a reputation as a dive coach, but surely Virtus Pro aren't going to be playing that much dive. They're going to be playing some kind of more poke-favoured stuff. But Unter was very quick to point out that actually Smash has indeed won tournaments on this and is actually a very adept and knowledgeable coach about this type of playstyle, this type of comp. So, yeah, so I think Smash, a very good signing. Suits the team, obviously, clearly talented, right? Based on the success he's had. So, yeah. Good signing. And then Twisted Minds, I think we knew all of this, right? Knew all of this already. So only Ents with surprise signings, huh? Only Ents. Crispy still on TM? Yeah, I don't think he's going. I presume Bliss is just playing. So my presumption is he wouldn't go, but I actually have no idea. Can TVT play Winston? Yeah, I reckon he has it unlocked. I don't think they'll be leaning into a whole load of Winston. I think they will find themselves kind of in the same situation they were with the KSA version of the roster, right? Where they have clear strengths or clear strong points in terms of what comps they're good at, but also some pretty clear weak points, similar to Ents, you know? Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem for Twisted Minds will just be the fact that it's been a bit of a revolving door as of late, you know?
Gastol's a really good diva, so you're going to see these opportunities for Gastola to try to work with these dive units, but as Toronto have this high ground control, that's really...
Is top 3 in EU wide open? I think it's like SSG are top of EU, and then it's wide open. Maybe Ents is still probably more likely to be at the top of that than not, but that would be my guess. Is it worth watching this map? Yeah, look, mate. Toronto on top. You're probably right, though. In the interest of time, we should sacrifice this one. Then where do we go next? Midtown? If Exy can unwash himself, what team would benefit from picking him up? Probably none of them. Well, maybe Loaded. Yeah, maybe Fnatic, right? But I don't know. I'd be so skeptical of picking up a player who's not played for like 3 years. It just feels like they're probably going to be kind of cooked, you know? So yeah, I don't think anyone. I wouldn't recommend signing Xe to anyone really. Yeah, I don't know when the official roster lock is, because there was a roster lock was open for people to sign players, but I don't know when it closes. So I don't know if it's still open now, right, or something, or if we've gone past that moment. All right, let's see it then. Ooh. All right, so Sigma Batbrig. All right, so this is a classic bit of science, right? A lot of Batbrig believers over in Korea, a lot of Batbrig believers in America. Few less in EMEA. We think M80 can build a team around Tree and Spectra that can compete with Toronto. Oh yeah, I think Tree and Spectra is a top-class DPS line. M80's problem is they're not going to scrim that much. No, I don't know Wilder. I don't know what the percentage is. Oh yeah, this is the fight Cass was talking about, right? Where he was like, oh, we're just fucking shit. What's wrong with us? If anyone's seen the Uncoachable episode, we do talk about this fight specifically, and Cass is pretty frank about it, and I think it's like a fair comment of just like Toronto just given the whole map, right? Just feels like a very scared and timid thing. Yeah. Wasn't Bliss meant to be on M80? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But then I don't know what the exact thing was, but I think Laya maybe wanted to quit. This is just a rumor, right? This is speculation. But from what I heard, was maybe Laya wanted to quit, but he wasn't allowed because of like roster change rules and stuff. So Laya had to tank it for the good of the team. That's what I heard at least, but I don't know how true that is. But I think that's why the Bliss to M80 thing didn't happen, even though it was rumored for quite a while. And maybe that actually snowballed into the situation Twisted Minds found themselves in, where they were going to get Faith because they thought Bliss was going elsewhere, but it turns out Bliss wasn't going to M80, and then they swapped to that. Kellen to M80? Oh, it'd actually be such a good signing. You're actually right, Braven. Fuck. Somebody tell Kellen. Tell Kellen to drop in Gator's DMs right now. Gator said not only UV was staying, yeah, because I think the Laya situation had to change, but I don't think it was because Laya necessarily wanted to keep playing. It was more because he had to. Yeah, Kellen to M80 would actually be really nice, at least on paper. Who the fuck do you get? Well, that's why we wanted to get Bliss, right? That's why we wanted to get Bliss. I don't think they are unable to play dive, right? If the roster was Kellen, Spectra, Tree, UV, Laya, fuck it, you can play dive with that team. You're maybe not beating Korea, but fuck it, you know? Is what it is. Does KSA count as an import to North America because he's half American? Yeah, I don't know, Zaito. I presume I actually don't know. Typically, he wouldn't, right? That's the situation people like Punk had historically. Could be EU on dive. True, Captain Ravage. True. Heard Faith is looking for a job now. Should we sign him? Everyone get their wallet out. We'll do a little whip around. And we'll sign Faith. I don't know what we'll get him doing, but we could get him doing something. Should we just pay him to boost me? Should we see how high Faith can boost me in ranked? DPS only though. Me or Faith. Speaking about boosting is why I'm not OWCS partner. Fuck. Put some stipulations on it. I thought Liar's been fine. I think Liar's another player who gets like unreasonable hate. You know, I think he's a solid main support. Solid main support. Really similar. Like if you were to ask me to like people like Liar, Rack, all really similar level. I've forgotten someone else. There's someone else I'm forgetting. Maybe Admiral as well, kind of in that category. Make him get circumcised. We're not gonna buy Faith and get him circumcised. I can't believe I have to explicitly state that, but just that is off the table. I think main sports are just hated, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's just because it's just like a liability role is the problem. Like, do you remember when we watched the Crazy Raccoon versus Toronto series earlier in the stream, if anyone was here for that, right? And Charon was just dead every fight. But we kind of just get to pass over it, right? Because Crazy Raccoon were winning anyway, right? So he gets away with it all. But we also, when we watched a lot of Zeta Division yesterday. Did we not just see Violet just fucking dead before every fight as well? Like fucking really, it actually happens to everyone. It actually happens to everyone. And if it doesn't happen to you that often, you're probably a top tier main support. You're probably actually hard carrying.
Vega is in a whole heap of hurt here. Just shoved in the bridge, pushed out of the room, and there we go. That should be the first point. I'm just like capping, however.
All right, so yeah, the easiest first point in the world for Ents. Gift wrapped by Toronto.
He's gonna have everything to throw at this next fight. As someone has also switched to the Malga. Big switch up here for Toronto to try to deal with this Ramatra.
Lucio's really hard to live on. Yeah, it's like a deceptively hard role. You gotta try really hard not to fucking feed your brains out.
Slowly but surely, Kevster is moving the bot as Vestola takes an off angle. Still building towards that annihilation, 5% away.
Alright, so difficult part of the map. Should be able to recover some of their time here, Toronto. Onto Malga as well, interestingly enough. Which should, in theory, the theory is good. The matchup should be favourable. Vesto's taking some of this space on his right side by himself and just goes. Really nice, isn't it, actually? Really nice from Ents this one. Not live, no. The timing here. Or, like, Vest just comes out here. Maybe if Massa was with this too and we were speeding our fucking boy in, that would have been, like, the optimal. But jump up here and window at the same time. Really explosive, really dangerous. Vesta immediately dies for it, though. Shit play. I always knew it was a shit play. Is it just too far? Just goes too far? Yeah, it's maybe dropping down is the step too far. Yeah, I mean, it looks. I guess actually, I think probably what's true is the window's really fine, but maybe you don't. You do this, but you just form or something, or you just shield yourself out. Like, just shield here and peek at the same time, and hopefully this window, like, scares them, right? And then if they choose to window back, then maybe you press Annihilation or something, you know, to keep going. But maybe actually just doing it off the rip is not worth it from this. And if they just window for the space, I think they're really happy with this. Yeah, like, I think doing it to get high ground is fine. But then Vest just goes too far and his team can't get in there quickly enough. But I think that's probably more of a Vest error than anything else. Like, he's just gone so deep, you know? And that's actually a pretty expensive way to lose a fight. So now we're going to try and bully the way up. Vest has gone Sigma now as well. Rally and window in response to this overclock. Bash only catches Vesvo. Where are we going, Kai? What? How'd Vesla end up here? I don't really see what happens. Let's kite separate ways.
Making another rotation.
Just weave and kite connect out as soon as that railgun goes over. Really nice boot there from Vega. You see the
Let's see where Vesla goes. I guess he just gets forced down his left-hand side and has to go all the way around. This ends up really rough, right? Yeah. And Toronto catch the split. What's the theory behind Malga Brig? They were on Bat Brig Sigma originally, then Vest went Ram, so someone went Malga. So we're kind of just like, we're part way through a tank, rock, paper, scissors thing, you know? Like, someone went Malga because Vestler was on Ram, but then Vestler swapped again. So now the comp, it plays largely the same. I think it's just like a bit worse. The same as if you just had a Lucio here, right? Where you do actually just want to play like they were playing on Busan quite aggressively. Can we connect on these key targets? But it's just a bit worse at it, right?
Weaving around him and attempting to get shots in, but Toronto Defiant, they're going to stand tall. That post one from Sugarberry couldn't have been better.
But yeah, they catch Vest, they clean everything up.
Gives over a little bit more healing.
Not too bad.
Now, making another rotation. Festola over to the Sigma. They're using that annihilation and not getting much with it.
So what now? Just a pulse bomb. Not a lot for Ents to do with this one. Can keep just holding this high ground. We'll be able to keep the cart contested at the tail end. Alright, they're trying to walk up here. Someone's going to take the aggressive slam as well. They do get themselves around the corner. Oh! Lamp's good. They've caged on the corner here. Master's going to beat back. How is this not worse for them? For Ents, I mean, right? Because Kev's is on point after this pulse bomb. So Kevster comes and he forces Lamp, and then he's gonna drop. He's gonna drop to point, right? So then at this point in time, Ents are trapped in this part of the map. Like, if we look at Vesta and Master's position and Kai's position, rough as fuck, right? Master doesn't even quite have beat yet. Obviously, he's gonna get beat in time, but it's just like, fuck. Surely someone dies in this moment, you know? Just can't quite kill anyone quickly enough. They get the beat, and then meanwhile Kev is also pushing it. And it's just fucking over. Yeah, is it just grass maybe? Yeah. But it still just feels like if you cage them in this situation. Because yeah, he's used grasp now, right? So Vessel has no grasp. Obviously, they've had some lamp and stuff, right? Merit's low, etc. Because Vega now goes to mark for Tracer, right? Which feels really reasonable from Vega. Maybe it's not worth chasing. He can just, like, play a bit closer to the team and shield it. But in theory, it still feels like something should die here. I mean, that's kind of what RuPaul's pushing for, right? And then just ends up getting caught by the beat. Yeah, like Merit turns for a second, which is probably part of what helps as well. So Kev's to just take a decent amount of attention. I guess Master does also get this beat like pretty quickly in the end. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just feels shit, right? Like, it's hard. I feel like it's just one of those where, if Toronto are playing, like, high confidence or top form, they just fucking die, right? They just fucking die in that situation. It is what it is. You know, like, we're not even really talking about this or worrying about this. Like, they just all peak, they die, etc., etc. How can I talk to a woman? Just talk to her like she's a normal person. That's the key. Act like she's a normal person. Women contrary to popular belief. Normal humans as well. It's true. It's true. People overcomplicate it, but it's not that hard, you know. If you're not good at it, just treat it like anything else, right? Do it. You might be bad at it, but the more you do it, the better you'll get at it, you know. Tell us what happens next. You've got it, Rakan. was in the pops phase. I think I'm really not.
To get ever closer to that final point. As everybody just kites away from it from Toronto until you see the insurance pop
I'm actually not locked into this at all. I'm just reading chat. Fuck.
closer to that final point.
Alright, now we're just in a classic Sig mirror. Someone gets... Oh, this flux could be devastating. It literally is. Vegas found the trade, though.
Merritt gets the ball off, but I mean the Bob's going to get insta-killed. They focus it down perfectly and then just continue this payload going. Vegas on the point. Had to use that bash to get out of there. Pops the rally, trying to stay through Paul, but Sugar-Free with his overhealth might be the difference maker with this pulse bomb. But this the ball off, but I mean the Bob's going to get insta-killed.
It's just, is it not just a hot take to rally here?
And then just continue this payload.
Fuck.
Vegas on the point. Had to use that bash to get out of there. Pops the rally, trying to stay through.
Fuck. It's like a... There are probably situations where trying to turn with rally here is really reasonable. But like, when this rally is actually pressed, and it's just like, it just doesn't quite feel... You know, like when you press it now, I mean, one Rupal's dead, which is maybe the biggest problem. But there's just like nothing to turn on, you know what I mean? Nothing to turn on. There's nothing to catch from this rally, so it just ends up being a waste. And I don't know. It's like mid-fight decision making. Do we clutch? Do we not clutch? What's the play? Just a poor choice. Right, they disengage this. Kai's just dropping into main. Vesta's nearly entered. We'll just get lamped out of it. Window doesn't seem to get all that much. Now the beat push comes in. The chase is on. Vega in trouble. Merritt in trouble. Oh, fuck me. Chill out, Vestala. This rock, no. Fuck. Like, Merritt's getting such a hard pocket through everything, and he just gets fucking rocked from across the map as he shifts out. Like, fuck me. And then Kev just fucking, yeah, hits him with a fucking headshot into deflect. Surely that was meant for the bat, yeah, but there's, when you're good, everything just comes your way, you know what I mean? When you're good, you know? Alright. They do manage to trade it out, though. Now they catch Ghost. Ghost dead in the air. Classic. Any stagger's good here, actually. Holdable.
Once again is a full get in here quickly, and they still have all those tools to work with. Only getting the gravitic flux out of Toronto is still one less ultimate to have to worry about as the clock starts to wind down.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. This was actually really fucking nice from Toronto. So you see this here, like Sugar-Free goes from one side, Merritt goes from the other. We've got everyone in every fucking angle. Vesta's going to take 1 million damage. There we go. Obviously, they've got like an overwhelming number of ults as well, but they just pull the trigger. Fucking perfect, you know? Where is Lenny looking? What do you mean? Oh yeah. I mean, you do this. If you've ever played on stage or played in a situation or like in a LAN environment where you actually get to sit next to everyone else, it's so fucking helpful to be able to see where everyone is, right? So you normally, I mean, you used to get to choose your setup, so you could put like sensible people next to each other. Now you have to sit in like certain orders. You know, like the DPS for tank and then the supports. But yeah, just look at the other, see where everyone else is holding, you know? Really useful. Yeah, I don't know if they famously did it. I mean, in reality, this is the sort of thing everyone does this, right? Like, this is just like, we were doing this in TF2 before all of you were born. But it's a good thing to do. It's smart, you know. It's the right thing to do. And obviously, the setup is really good. But I think the problem for Toronto isn't anything to do with this. The problem is how many fights we've now watched. Both of like. What have we watched? Most of Toronto's, a good chunk of Toronto's maps from this Dallas Major. And this feels like the first time, or one of the very few times we've had a really clean setup like this or something, you know? But this type of fight that they do here, this is like vintage Florida Mayhem. And Florida Mayhem would do this all the time. And I feel like we've just not seen it from Toronto. Very much during this event. You play CF2? Yeah! Oh, what's happening here? Oh, it's fucking Rhine time. Alright, they're gonna get walled on the rotate. Gonna wall out our Reinhardt. Nice. Gonna lamp us through. We've taken exactly 1 billion damage. Sugar Free's gonna die. I feel like Toronto didn't realise they should actually use strategies. I don't think it's that, because I feel like... I don't know. It feels like they're, I don't want to use the word choking. That feels like the wrong word. But what did Cass say? Because I think we had this conversation on Uncoachable as well, where it was kind of like... Seems unreasonable to say that, oh, the Overwatch League champions choked or something, you know? I don't think it's like nerves or stuff, but it does feel like there's kind of like a level of apprehension in their play. Yeah, the sim would make it easier for sure. Sim would make it easier. I mean, they can do this on May as well, right? They can do this on May as well. Playing not to lose, not playing to win. Yeah, exactly. What did we learn about Zeta yesterday? I actually downgraded Zeta in my power rankings, essentially, from what I saw. I think Violet looks kind of bad. Flora was very unimpressive. We only watched them play against like Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, right? So they're still probably like a top 4 team. But in my original rankings, I probably had like CR, Falcons, and Zeta as like the big 3. And then maybe like an SSG and Toronto Ultra down here. But I think actually Zeta are probably closer to this group than they are to this group in reality. Obviously, it's been a long time for Zeta as well, right? So it's possible. The caveat with all of this is it's made different meta. Teams have had time to prepare all of this, you know? So I think there's a lot of caveats there, but based off what we saw, I actually think I'd overrated Zeta a little bit, and that they're probably not as close to the top 2 as I thought. So a little bit down on Zeta, actually, even though I think their roster clearly has like talent and potential. Are you redoing the list after all of this? Yeah. What will happen next week as well is we might get a clearer idea of the meta. Which will help indicate it, right? Because the current player ranking list was based very much on, like, we don't know what the meta's going to be, you know? We don't know what the meta's going to be, so we kind of have to factor in everything, you know? Like, what's going to be useful. But if we find ourselves in a pretty clear meta, then those power rankings might shift quite a lot, right? Is Violet the top 3 main support? No. Probably top 4, right? But I think Astro, Chorong, Chio all ahead of him. It's Winston? Oh, okay. Yeah, Winston and Ram meta is our theory, but not actually seen it put to the test yet. Alright. Cool. RuPaul doesn't make the rotate. Nice. Like, all of this is just like... It's just Toronto's fault, right? Like, just bad rotations. People getting caught. Oh, they kind of dogfight their way out of it. Someone is 1 HP in a dream. Merit doesn't care, though. Got him. Alright. They dogfighted their way out of that one, but again, like a sloppy start to it all.
Deserved, I think, though, that he's able to actually earn the first point there for Toronto Defiant.
When does the actual competition kick off? The 24th.
Any of those close quarter fights going the way of ends so far, but Toronto Defiant open.
Would you ever make individual player reports to identify their strengths/weaknesses? I mean, I thought about this, because I don't know if people remember, but I think,
And they have so many tools to work with.
do you remember the Quartz video I did? Maybe some people remember it, where I sort of, I did just like a breakdown of like Quartz playing Sojin in lots of the key situations in OW. Was it in OWCS? Maybe it was actually at the World Cup. Or maybe it was at Saudi League. Fuck, it was at somewhere, but it was Quartz doing a load of things. And I did sort of like a breakdown of a player playing particularly well on a role. And I had the thought that actually I want to do the same kind of thing. Especially with like things that are relevant. It's all just about, for me, it's all just about finding the time, you know? And also there's a bit of a problem where like, I enjoy making the YouTube content and I think it's useful, but it's also not very, the time to cost analysis or the time to financial reward and conversion is shit, right? So I like doing it, but it's like not a priority for me at the moment because of that. But I think especially post the Esports World Cup, I think I'll try and do a lot more of it. Because I think it is good stuff. And ultimately, I think that Quartz video was actually one of the best received ones I did from that period.
So cool, calm, and collected as they gear up for this next fight. Toronto taking the high ground away from Ents. Still unable to use.
Alright, trying to hold forward. They'll hold it. Vesta's going to just kick it off early with Flux. Where's he going? Wall's good. Oh, they're going to beat it. Everyone gets the beat. It's for combo, though. Perfect. Boy. Oh, wait. It's an even bigger freeze. Everyone's frozen. Fucking wax museum. Fuck me. Alright. So it sort of balances everything out. Oh, that's a solo. Will die. Everyone is just so low. They got it. Fuck.
Use the amplification matrix once everybody in Ents was also caught up by that. But we're gonna see Sugar-Free switch over to the Tracer, so no more May. That side, someone's still sticking to the Ramacha. The Annihilation coming up for them very quickly, but 2.5 minutes left for them to try to make some progress.
Alright, so huge ult trade. Someone has Annihilation advantage coming back, so we'd expect. The payload's already moved almost all the way up, right? So just trying to find a timing to go high ground and try and connect this Annihilation. Yeah, they managed to bully their way up top for free. They lose Sugar-Free on point. Okay. Wall is good. Oh! They managed to catch him, actually. The Annihilation's going to turn it. Yeah, I guess in reality, it was actually a pretty wild as fuck push from Ents, considering Annihilation was in play. We can go super early with this. Like, all of a sudden, this starts to feel a little bit more Toronto-y, right? This kind of play. Forces all the cooldowns. They're going to lose merit for it, though, so I guess it's shit. But at least in theory, it feels a little bit more like their play. Vestler with a quick brute. Oh, how is he alive? Oh, I don't know if it's enough. Respawns are being there soon. There we go.
Eventually, they claim the point again and secure it, but look at how close it is have to deal with this.
Just to try to get all
Now 40 seconds. They've got window. They've got beat. They've got all the tools to do it.
and don't have the sound barrier up quite yet. Kai has the overclock though that he can shit now, but
Swing out of window.
barrier that Vegas held on to.
Kind of neutralizes the overclock. Master's going to have beat. Vega has beat as well.
Finding a nice couple of angles here, but it's still scared to peek that window. Soundbag coming through.
Beat in from Massa. Vega's going to match it.
So both beats utilized. It's up to Sugar.
Or magnetic grenade onto Ghost. They're trying to find the target. Vega goes. They combine nicely.
A little haymaker there, knocking Ghost for 6. And Sugar Free chasing down Marsa. A nice little cherry on top with the stick too, but Bestow.
They're also low. They're also low.
He managed to survive that pulse bomb, but with not much help.
All right, yeah. The trade window for overclock. Trade beats.
Victory in their sights now, but they haven't got.
And then they just, again, like, just decisiveness. Like, something we haven't seen a lot from Toronto. Just had decisiveness mid-fight. Like, something that was distinctly missing versus Crazy Raccoon, right? That's just that decisiveness that, all right, can we find the play? And suddenly they just combine, like, Merit finds a magnetic grenade, someone and Sugar Free find the same timing to push. And they connect really quickly on an important target. But so if we want to try and go early with window here, and I'm going to swing out. I'm going to try and flip the map. Someone has Annihilation, though. They're just going to disengage in this window. Toronto can wait it out now. They can even kill Ghost, which is pretty fucking chill. Ah, it'd be so hard to lose from this situation, right? They outmaneuver Ents. They avoid trading anyone. And now, should be okay, right? Is this for... Was it this one where Massa gets like the world's fastest beat or something crazy?
Gonna try to push the advantage just a little bit forward, but there's only one more fight that Toronto and Defiant need in order to take this map and take the lead in the series.
Alright, they hide in around the corner. Seems reasonable. Alright, now Annihilations are traded.
The Annihilations are pulled on the point. Both brands staring at each other, but the sound barrier from Vega might just be the one to do it. A pulse bomb coming through from Sugar Free in just a moment as Bestow has held.
That's just solo. Yeah, man, this is one where Massa gets like the quick beat.
Sound barrier comes in just in time. A Hail Mary pulse bomb goes wide as OT ticks down as Ents come on clutch. Bestow Vega might just be the one.
Fuck, look at this situation right now. If I look at the respective health bars, we fucking got it, bro. They got no lamp, they got nothing. They're 20% off beat. Beat and push. What if Massa just got the world's quickest beat? Oh, tries to lob it. Fuck.
Maybe they turned that one around as well, but it was such a Hail Mary and Ghost.
Kevster has picked up the May. This May gonna
What did he do to get that much charge? He just fucking amped and everyone was really low. There's nothing fancy about it, just fucking amped in it, you know. We can look at it again, but like and it's a classic. Because at the start of that fight, he's what, 50%? Like, if we go to the start of this fight, 55%. Because I think he amps, does he amp there maybe as well? He amps there for like 5%. Yeah, I wonder if there's actually an argument that even here, someone should just ignore Vessler and just fucking go, maybe, you know? Because they have the beat and stuff. Like, fuck it, just go push these people. But yeah, like, Massa's on, like, 80%. And just now, they're gonna lamp. And if I look, you can see Massa here, right? And obviously, everyone's just fucking low around him, right? So he's just gonna fucking amp. He's just fucking... Massa, we need a beat! We really need a beat, mate! Alright, pal, no problem. Just max amp healing off everyone. 20% of beat, no problem. Yeah, so in many ways, it's a big clutch from Massa. I think the mistake, if I'm Toronto, like the bit I look at, is this high noon here, maybe. Right, like, one, do I actually need to high noon at this point? Or can I just push a little bit more? Couldn't Vega maybe do something a little bit more, like, adventurous with this? Like, rather than speeding my Cass in, you know, like, so he just peeks in his corner a little bit wide. Like, he's going to peek in his corner anyway. Can I just look for a rollout boop or something? Like, I guarantee you if this was Crazy Raccoon, Charong is looking to boop someone in here rather than just speed the Cass in, you know? And then they don't catch anything with it, but they kind of at least get all the space, right? Okay. It's not the greatest, not the worst. Still nearly fucking kill Massa. And then at this moment here, where someone drops it, I think because they have beat, right? These ults are really like Ram and Annihilation are big push ults, right? I actually think there's an argument that could I see someone be more aggressive in this moment here with his Annihilation, knowing he's going to get beat? Could Sugar Free find a way to be aggressive on this timing as well, you know? And can we actually just, like, can we just kill these fucking people, you know? Because they shouldn't have beat. You see they're quite far back, right? But you can just imagine, like, if it was just away, they're just taking this trade on frontline, right? And Vess is just going to hard block and try and live and all of this, you know? Yeah, because now they're going to be... And now all of a sudden this fight is actually just, like, kind of back to even again, right? And I don't know exactly how these kills happen, right? But again, it just feels like... When Vega presses this beat button... Look at the aggression that comes out from Toronto. The beat is pushed now, right? So when you press beat, let's push and fucking kill something. We're just trying to burn Vessler, right? And to be fair, they nearly kill him. The lamp is good, and he manages to block through everything and all of this. But then now, Ents have pressed beat, right? What happens when Ents press beat? And we don't give the best view of it, right? But what happens when Ents press beat? Fuck me, we're fucking going with it, right? Like, I don't know if you... Kai is here right now, right? Look at Massa. Like, Kai's gonna... He can't get, like... It's hard because I can't get the perfect view for it. But if I watch Massa right now, like, Massa's gonna fucking go. Look at Kev is actually in a better position to go than Sugar Free was in for the same respective timing, you know? And all of a sudden, like, look at my boy. Massa's in. We're going, mate. It's a beat push. We're going to kill something with this beat. This is our timing right now to win the fight. And what happens in this timing? Fuck me. We win the fight, you know? We win the fight. So that's, like, for real. Like, Massa clutches to get the beat a little bit as well. But the decision-making after the beat, fundamentally better from Ents than for Toronto, you know? And then obviously, you know, because the thing is, if Sugar Free hits that pulse bomb, doesn't fucking change a thing, you know? Doesn't change a thing. As much as it was a bit of a... bit of a unimpressive whiff. Doesn't actually change the result of that fight. Yeah, it's not even like, yeah, I think it's like a lack of creativity we see from Toronto. Their ults aren't very good. Like, if you go back and watch the grand finals from Season 6, and you see, you know, this core, right, play against the Houston Outlaws, or against any of the teams Florida play in that LAN, what you will see is their ult setups and their ult execution as fucking next level from Florida, right? And it doesn't feel like we've seen the same thing in the games we've rewatched here today. Alright, so this is the last one we'll do, then we'll wrap it up. Hold on, let's send a message. Gumba difference? Yeah, maybe. I don't know exactly what it is. Why if they play Malgron Colosseo? Well, I think, because we asked Cass about this as well. But, because I think Chris is of this opinion as well. Now, actually, this is a really hard map to Malgron. But Toronto don't feel the same way. Do you see macro coaching strategies that you would do differently if you were a coach? I mean, there's some of the comp decisions I don't agree with from Toronto. But I think most of their play style things are fine, right? Like, I don't think they have, like, a lack of understanding of how the matchup works. It's just some of the specifics more. Some of how they're using the ults. A lot of ults too early, especially it felt like window they're not getting the full value out of, hiding they're not getting the full value out of. A lot of these mid-fight decisions about like when to clutch or when not to clutch. It feels like a lot of these times, someone and Vega, and the whole team to be fair, but are making different decisions in this moment, right? Whereas when we were watching Crazy Raccoon, it felt like there was never any fucking doubt about what we're doing in these sort of 50-50 do we go or do we not go things. And obviously it's simple for Crazy Raccoon because the answer is go. But I think it is important for a team to have that understanding. So I don't know if there's like, I guess some of those things you would term macro decision or macro coaching things. But I think in terms of theory, their understanding of the comps and how they want to play does seem right. I just think they're not doing a lot of the things that made them great last year. In these matches we've watched today. Alright, so yeah, in theory this should be a tough one. Wall comes out from Kev. Too early, so they get the slam afterwards. Generally what you want to do with the Maywall, the classic idea is you wall in front of the Malga when he tries to run in. Then the Malga can't run through walls. So he just gets... So then you can just push him and shoot him afterwards. But yeah, wall too early from Kev on this one. He just goes down. I can't remember. Yeah, Kev just cops it and goes Genji. Fair. Kev's caught again. Fuck, Toronto are back. They're going to win this match for sure. Kev's is a fraud. Alright, early progress. Kitsune Rush available soon for Toronto. Rocking damage onto someone. They found some of that early damage. Cardiac Overdrive has to be used by someone just defensively though, so they can't engage hard. So now they can peek aggressively. Someone going to be running mostly into a wall. Yeah, it's just for small things like this, right? Like just being able to find that rock timing from Vestler means they get to chunk someone, which means someone's going to have to pop Cardiac Overdrive like this, and it just means they can't find this. Now, all of a sudden, because of this, Toronto have no timing to engage with, right? And Ents obviously realised this, so Ents know as soon as this fucking fades, we're just peeking. We're peeking, we're pushing them back, we're not letting them breathe. And you can see they back off to point, and now you can see it, right? My BAP, my Sojourn, they're peeking from top. My Sigma's peeking here. Pressure is being applied. They try and Kitsune Rush back, but it's just a difficult area for map to fight, right? Because they've got this high ground here to deal with where the BAP and Sojourn are just shooting them the entire time, that's where that opening kill comes from. They window in the back off it as well, and just a really well-handled situation. And it feels like this is maybe what we'll see more of as we go through this map in particular, is Vessler being able to find these timings to chunk someone before he can be aggressive or before he can find that engage timing. All right. Connects, goes deep. Blade looks good. Oh! Just about gets the boop in time, but the damage is done. They trade it though. Why can't he miss a rock? Like we saw on Midtown, right? Even when he misses the rock, he doesn't miss the fucking rock. Trades end up being good though, but that's not really a terrible fight. It's kind of just like a terrible fight for either team, really. This is the one where Vega's like, this is just like an egregious one from Vega. Did you see Enter's new roster? Did he get baited? I don't know. Did he get baited? Depends what you think. What did you expect to happen? What did you expect for roster to be?
With the Sharkins. He's just playing on this little bit of high ground here, using that glass.
This ends now.
The railgun first. They're going to try and force some cooldowns out. And then maybe Sharkins.
All right, so overclock to start this one from Kai.
A little bit of high ground here, using that glass.
Oh, you didn't think they were picking anyone up? No, yeah, they were picking up.
Cooldowns out.
They were picking up Rack.
Finish the job off.
The Wamone one maybe caught me a little bit by surprise. The Rack one I think I heard pretty early on.
The railgun first. They're going to try and
Decent signings to be fair though. I think reasonable.
finish the job off.
All right, they overclock in or they hide in response. They'll pocket Merit through everything. Beats now available for both, but Cage advantage here. Merit trying to find a bit of a swing. There it is. They cage for Blade. Beat not in time for Sugar Free though. Ah, fuck. Does someone cancel the cage here? Oh no, they just kill it with window. How good is Rack? I think if you were to say like massa wise, I think we're probably talking side grade more than anything, you know. I think he's probably got a slightly better brig. I think his Lucio's fine. But yeah, more of a side grade than anything. But I think Rack's had a good year so far. And it's a good chance on a pretty decent team. See how far he can go. Is SSG just going to play Ashe? Well, play a bit of everything, I imagine. Sure, if they can put Spark on Cass, and they will do that. But Spark Ashe is like, Ashe is Spark's OG hero, right? Like, so I think they'd be more than happy to put Spark on Ashe if it's viable as well. Where was the Ents announcement? I don't think it's been announced officially anywhere. The rosters are up on the Esports World Cup website, which I think is where some of this is coming from. His Life Weaver, though, you're right. Rack has an unbelievable Life Weaver gap on Massa.
Got no value, even though it's trying to lock Kester down and
Yeah, if you ask him a Patreon Q&A, you can probably find out the SSG comp. $10 a month, you get told for comp. I'm broke? Fuck, you'll never know the comp then. Alright, so this is a disaster fight, right? So what's the exact problem here? Overclock, hiding in response. This feels reasonable. Everything is okay right now. We're in an okay situation. We've had to use Cardiac Overdrive, but that's okay. But then it's this trade here. They're going to Blade. We cage to counter the Blade. They're going to beat. We're going to beat. Sugar Free is dead, though. Yeah, I guess the problem in reality is we cage to stop them getting Blade value. And then we beat to stop them getting Blade value. But what has happened is they've got Blade value. So... so both of our ults, we used two ults to do one job, and it also didn't do that job. So I guess that's really the fundamental problem.
got no value, even though it's trying to lock Kester down, and even still, Ents going to be able to get the better of that fight. Soundbearer invested by both Vega.
You don't know what happens if, you mean for SSG? Don't know. I mean, we've seen, I saw Astro playing a bit of Alari in ranked and stuff. Like, I think Astro's, I don't know about Alari so much. I've not really seen him play it. But Astro's brig is really fine, you know? If they want to do a bat brig style comp, I think that, even though we've not seen SSG do it before, I think it'll be very much in their wheelhouse. Even though we don't see a lot of Astro brig, I think it's really fine. All right, what are we seeing here? Engage. Here it comes. All right, they're just going to disengage it the entire way. Kai is not going to disengage it. Just losing to Kitsune Rush isn't the end of the world, though. Especially not if they're going to keep pushing. Someone choose to keep going. It just feels like a slight... Like if we... Because what's going to happen is someone's going to go through this door and he's going to get there really fast, right? Vega and Sugar Free can try and follow him. But Merit and RuPaul are going to do this flank where they drop down here. Then they go around here. So they're coming to help. But it's just so slow to help, you know? So someone's going to go in for the stomp. Doesn't connect with anyone. But he's going to get rocked afterwards. And they're just going to absolutely burn him. And then I go, where's... Merit's just arriving to the fight now, you know? And now it's going to fall apart. Not an unreasonable decision to chase there. But you just got to do it as a team, you know? If you really want to go get him there. Oh, they might catch Ghost here, actually. Again, just a bit of uncertainty, it feels like. Now they come in for the engage. Blade over the top. Window's going to be used. Flux defensively as well. They trade for it. And now they'll get the meters. That was a really tough one. Just in terms of like the ult matchups, it's really hard here. They go with Blade, they get the lamp. Kai just hits the rail through the window. And then Kev just has the Blade still coming over the top. Didn't really do that bad considering they essentially used 1 ult for 2 in that. Or 1 ult for 3 even in that situation, you know? You see what I mean when I'm just like, what's the ult plan here, right? Like, what are we hoping to happen? Because Kai's going to overclock. Alright, we're going to just use like 2 ults for 1, right? Like, we're high nooning, so they can't peek with overclock. Reasonable. We're going to beat, so they can't kill anyone with overclock. I don't like... teams do this. I don't like this. I don't agree with this ult trade, like beating for overclock unless, like, you really have to. I think it's, like, a really hard one to get consistent value out of, other than just living, which doesn't feel like the greatest trade. But they're going to do this. They're going to beat back as well. So then Massa just has a pretty straightforward beat back, keeps everyone alive. Doesn't even catch Kai, actually. But they beat so early from Toronto, they don't even catch anything. And because they beat early, they end up almost overextended. Well, I say almost. They literally overextend. Trying to get value out of it, and then, yeah. Alright, going to double down and try and trade here, Toronto. Ghost even still has lamp. Alright, Cage and Kitsune rush. So we've seen so many of Toronto's ults so far be quite early. Want them to not be early this time. Alright, they're trying to make the money moves. Kitsune rushing that. Oh. It's just like, where are we going? You know what I mean? Like, we're hard pushing here, but clearly someone's obviously seen like we want to go this way with Cage. It's like, what are we doing, right? Our Kitsune Rush isn't even on the Cage. I don't know. Like, they still get the kills. But they use 2 ults versus 0, right? So they still get the kills. But we can just see, like, even these fights they're winning, it just feels messy. It feels messy. It doesn't feel like the sort of level you'd expect from Toronto. It doesn't feel like Toronto level, you know? Alright, now they're going to go again. Blade in, aggressive. Gets the exit kill. I don't know. They're going so deep with this one, to be fair. And they're not actually there. Like, Kai and Ghost are actually really far back. Kind of stumbles into this Kevster kill, but ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade. Vester's going to try and anchor point, needs all the help in the world. Dies for it, but trades for 1. Once again, no notification for the stream. What do you mean? Like the go live notification? Or did you do an alert thing? Hold on. You said yeah, but I don't know which one you said yeah. To the to the go live notification, you mean? Is it on your phone, Boundless Bread, by any chance? Because I had a problem on my phone where I realized I'd turned notifications on in the app for like Twitter, because I wanted notifications from a particular Twitter account. So I turned on notifications on Twitter for that account, and it wasn't coming through to my phone. And then it turned out in my phone settings, there's also like obviously the notification settings for what apps are allowed, and it was that one I needed to turn on to fix it. Don't know if it's the same thing, but just happened to me recently, so you never know.
And that's gonna mean no clean team fight win for Toronto just yet. Hence able to keep
All right, 1.5 minutes for Toronto to save their LAN. I think they've got it. I've got a good feeling about it.
potentially 2 more fights here if they are taken fast enough, but Ents have the ultimate economy. Which means that they could just win out this map. If they win here, Jaws, that's a series for Ents. Biggest upset of the tournament so far.
2 DPS ultimates for Ents as well. One to force out the beat, the one to finish him up. And with only a minute to go.
I actually have, if you wanna know, if you must, the account I wanted notifications on was for a football bets tipster. Wanted to get the notification so I could place the bets in time. Let me finish this first, Dylan, then I'll answer that question because it's probably a long answer, right? It's alright, they've beaten it again. They beat versus Overclock. I just hate beating versus Overclock, you know? Just fucking, you know. Just fucking don't get headshot, you know? Come on.
They don't want to overextend here because
Alright, so now
they know that means going to a map number 5.
nearly have Cage, but they are stuck underneath in a tricky situation.
Get this Privitic Flux online, but someone's gonna have this cage up first.
80% in building, but yes, someone with the cage and only 5%. Looking towards Vestola, there's the window. Cage comes in.
Cage catches everyone. They trade though.
Want to get this Privitic Flux online, but someone's gonna have this cage up first.
80% in building, but yes, someone with the cage and only 5%. Looking towards Vestola, there's the window.
Cage gets through the window, gets rocked, still gets shredded. Fuck. Does feel like it should have been their time to win, honestly. It's hard to tell exactly what goes wrong. That'll just be it. Yeah, just I mean, I guess not a huge disparity in what we saw, or what I thought I remembered at least. But yeah, really, what it means going into this next event is there's a huge question over whether Toronto will be able to perform now, because they've really got to redeem themselves. What other questions? What was my bet? I've not placed a bet on the final yet. I'm gonna do it probably tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll have a look through. I don't think I've told you this yet, Clive. I don't know. I think I've told this on stream before, but while we were in the off season, maybe this is like fundamental to what's wrong with me. But while we were in the off season, I obviously had a lot less going on, right? A lot less going on after Overwatch League. Don't know what's going to happen. You know, no Overwatch happening. So what I do is I start trying to get into football betting. So obviously what I do is I start following a few tipsters and stuff. I start paying more attention to the games. And then the next logical step is, what if I start tracking all the stats in a database? So I build a big football database of all the stats, all the fouls, all the shots on target to look at all the trends and just go really overboard with it and get really into it. And that was, and in my head, like sometimes I go through it now. I just go all in on it, browse the data, and honestly, to me, that's like a relaxing time. A relaxing time. The perfect chill out activity: browsing football data. What were the Overwatch questions? What are your thoughts about Toronto M80 x Timerton Energy not in Face It Season 2 and EMEA as again teams missing? Yeah, I mean, I think it's I mean, it's sad, right? It's sad. You kind of want it, but I can also understand it. There's not a huge amount to play for. What is it? 7,000 for first place. So it's a lot of games to play for not a lot of potential payout. There's probably, we've talked about this a little bit on Coachable, and there's probably a big disparity between what most, because Face It League is a pay-to-play league, right? You pay a membership fee for the months. What you want out of that membership fee is what you want out of that membership fee, if you've paid however much, I forget the price, but whatever it is a month, you want to play quite a lot of games in that, right? If you're just playing in Open or Masters, you want to get your money's worth. But if you're one of these top teams like a Toronto and a M80 or Timeless, you kind of just want to play a tournament against the other good teams to try and win it. So I think what Face It League is trying to provide is not what most of the top teams want. So obviously for Season 1, when the qualification spots for the Esports World Cups comes for it, of course they're going to enter, right? Because the prize is too good to resist, right? A chance to go to the Esports World Cup and then to obviously win all the money that comes with good performance there. So that prize is too good to resist. So of course they sign up for Season 1. Season 2, they don't have that. Do you think Face It Season 2 would be better if it was a top, if there was only a tournament for top bracket? I don't know. I think in theory it'd be better for the top teams. It'd be better for maybe people like me and maybe people like you who are mostly interested in just watching like good games of Overwatch. But it would kind of defeat the object, I think, of their system of having this like promotion based thing, you know. I mean, it's like an effort reward thing, right, Dylan? Which I think is why there's a bit of disparity, where it's like SSG have still signed up because hey, it's a bit of a fucking hassle, but money's money, right? If it's still $1,000, still $1,000. So you might have to sacrifice some scrim time for it. You might have to spend some time playing best of fives against some wank teams that you're just gonna roll, but money's money, you know. But I can see why, like, it's not an obvious thing to sign up. It's not like a thing you can't miss signing up for. Like, Face It Season 1, you can't miss signing up for that, right? Because of the Esports World Cup qualification. Yeah, Hens and SSG just want to play each other just one more time. Their 18th battle of the season. So I think your idea, Crozzy, is what I'd like to see, but I think Chris pointed this out on Coachable at some point. Like, it doesn't actually match up with what the Face It League is meant to be. Yeah. What happens next year, though, for Esports World Cup if you are still in Master Division? I mean, so how did they determine seeding for the first? Yeah, because I guess if it's a promotion relegation system, how do you get into Masters? Do they have to sign up to Expert? I actually don't know, Jax. It'd be funny. I don't know. Because I could see them make an exception for like an SSG or something. But, But if it's just like a random team, like an ex-Oblivion type team of like just, you know, OWCS players, yeah, it doesn't seem fair at all. So I imagine they wouldn't be allowed to. Oh, wait, you're right, Brett, aren't you? Last time, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but from memory, there were 16 teams in Masters, and it was 8 came from OWCS top 8 in stage 2, right? And then the rest of the team, I presume, were from like sign-ups, average SR or something like that. So I guess the question is that going to happen every year? Or is that... Oh, is it from qualifiers season 1? Oh, okay. And then 8 teams were from qualifiers. So there were like 2 ways to get in, essentially, right? So I guess if they do that again, right? So yeah, if they just do that again, then that's probably like the nicest thing, at least for teams. Only just arrived. What have we missed? Really unimpressed with Toronto. I think a lot of their... I think the fact that, like, the idea that I think some people were like, oh, it was all fucking Vega or something. I think that's false. I think he had a bad series against Crazy Raccoon, and then he actually played mostly... He played okay against Sense. Not anything special, but not like, not anything egregious.
Cheers to another 5 months, Mr. CX.
Thanks, Setsune. Setsuneo? Setsune. Setsune. I feel like that's right. But yeah, no, appreciate it. Appreciate it for 5 months. It was 7 teams from OWCS and 9 from qualifiers. How does Toronto compare to Fnatic? Based on performances, shit. But the problem with Toronto is everything we've looked at has been so bad. But we know they're better players, right? They literally won Overwatch League. So we know the potential is so much higher than they were willing to show. Or I say willing to show, or were able to show. Do you know if ENCE has racked for season? No. It's just for Esports World Cup, from what I understand, Brad. Just from Esports World Cup. See, I don't know how it will look next year. I presume there'll be some kind of alternate qualification system if, again, Esports World Cup is, like, a thing. Obviously, what was true for the Esports World Cup qualification is there was also qualification that didn't come through Face It playoffs as well, right? But I guess that was really only through the Dallas Major, which is a very unreliable way to get through. Have you made predictions for season 2, or are you making YouTube videos on those? I'll probably tackle it all post Esports World Cup. And then focus on that there. I've not really thought about it too much, in all honesty. But yeah, I think that'll do us for today. Obviously, we started a little bit late because I ended up recording the Q&A. So the Q&A for all the Patreon heads will be out. Will be out. I don't want to say a date. It'll be like early next week. Early next week. Then actual Uncoachable. The page it's out now on Patreon if you want to go see it. And it'll be out in full tomorrow. Will I watch any expert division? Probably not. Probably not. I think especially post Esports World Cup, I'll maybe be very I'll try and get back into some more of the analysis content a little bit more consistently. Because I feel like that's been something that's been missing from my channel and something I've not really done as much of lately. How many years do you think is Overwatch Esports living? I mean, hopefully a good few, right? But it certainly seems like the budget's super low, it's super down this year. Maybe it'll be continue to be propped up by events like the Esports World Cup. But I think at the end of this year, I think we might see like quite a big exodus potentially. Depending on how viable some of these things really are. Because even I think like there's money for the top few, but not for the other. So I think we'll see a big exodus at the end of this year. I mean, I hope not, right? But if we're talking realistically, but unfortunately, I think that might be the case, you know. So is that everything? I think I'm not going to stream tomorrow. But we'll be back, I think, from Monday onwards. And we'll do a similar kind of thing. We'll keep rewatching some of the stuff. I think for big things, want to watch more Crazy Raccoon. Maybe watch some more POV for Crazy Raccoon and stuff. And we'll just try and preview, get a feel for as many of the teams as possible. And then obviously we'll get, after that week, we'll actually start getting, the actual Esports World Cup will happen. Which should, in theory, be pretty exciting. Pretty competitive and all of that. So we'll definitely start to ramp up a little bit more next week. But I think for this week, thank you to everyone who did stop by. Obviously, stay tuned. Stay tuned for all the Uncoachable stuff. The full episode's coming out tomorrow. If you've not already seen it as well, it's maybe been teased. If maybe the Patreon people will have seen it already. If you're a Patreon supporter. But there's actually an Uncoachable merch store coming soon as well. So if you want to support us, obviously the money goes to us, the three of us, to support us to keep making it and stay trying to do Overwatch as a full-time job. So if you want to do something and wear some merch, represent it, that will be released tomorrow as well. So stay tuned to my Twitter and stuff for that. And feel free to order whatever you want. But other than that, I think we're about there, and we just need to pick someone to raid, I guess. Who is streaming? North Lion. Always the North Lion recommendations. Oh yeah, that one girl. What was the account name? Where's my DM? Let's see. Obedient Girl. Obedient_girl. Not live. Not live. Somebody said our content was similar. Is that true? Possibly not. All right. Obedient Girl, not an option. What about, I don't know who Ralph is. What about Hybrid, actually, right? Hybrid seems like the obvious choice. Tank Superstar?
Rotation, I guess.
So, yeah, let's send you to Hybrid. Hybrid with a classic Cronus duo. So we can get that going. So thank you very much, everyone. I do appreciate it. I'll see you next week. And then hopefully I can reveal more details of everything that's happening at the Esports World Cup and stuff, and that'll be nice for everyone. But until then, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Yeah, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the Euro finals if you're watching it. I'm sure we're all rooting for England, right? Fuck Spain. It's coming home.